Hi there, we're back at it again with the PEC Weekly Cups, back for fall from spring, and I'm joined by the lovely Mark Power today. We're going to be running you through some old talent, some new talent. We're trying to find the best here over 5 total weeks.
Yeah, I'm excited. I really enjoyed this first, obviously, spring. Now we come back for fall, but it's a last opportunity for some of these teams really to get some numbers on the board, and more importantly, be able to show everyone that they've got what it takes to take the second half of the year for PUBG EMEA.
Absolutely. It's cool. We come from spring. We saw Team Nemesis there, who've now absolutely made a little bit of a name for themselves, heading over to EWC, which was really, really cool to see. But for us, obviously, we were watching. We were kind of like, oh, it's a little bit skewed over on spring. This time around, I think we have like a little bit more even competition. I'd say there's still some powerhouses out there. But yeah, it's been a fun one. It's been a fun one so far. We'll take a look at the tournament format in just a little bit. But overall, we've got 5 weeks of action. Week 4 and 5 are important though, because the winners of those weeks will go straight to playoffs. So you've got to secure those points there and then, Mark.
Yeah, and look, I was looking at the leaderboard, and if we look back at spring, thinking the teams at the top will automatically go through. Is it going to make an impact, or is it going to get a wild card coming through and show us what it could take? But again, intrigued to see, obviously, what can be produced when it comes down to it. I like this format. I like the consistency. I like these teams have to qualify each week to make sure they do come back, and I'll be able to put points on the overall leaderboard, because that is key. Because we saw some people start in spring really well, but then they didn't really show back up. They didn't really show back on the leaderboard, and they slowly slipped down that leaderboard.
Ah, yes, Jogo Benito, our favorite team, who started out really strong. Technically, you know, they're all a team. They're a cool team, though, a very aggressive team. But you are right; they were one of the squads that started out in a big way, and then I think that the adaptations that came through from quite a lot of the other teams seemed to seep in through into week 4 and week 5. I'm piggybacking off your point about the guys over there saying, you know, did that playoff winner really matter? We had some really, really strong teams there. I think that it will matter a lot more here, though, where it's going to be that wild card that's not going to be soaked up by a team like Team Nemesis, who's already in.
Yeah, obviously Team Nemesis played well. I think there's some questions around their LAN performance. We expect a lot more from them, but we'll park that one for a later conversation. Jogo Benito is back, a fan favourite, especially for their early game aggression, so we have to see what they can do. But more importantly, Blank, we've had a massive mix-up. Some of the teams have gone away, they've reshaped, they've kind of reworked on things. We've got some other names coming back. We've got Fuzzface, we've got Marselect from Anytol. They're always a good watch as well. They're a team which we expect to perform, so we have to wait and see.
Yeah, the love-hate relationship over on that side of things. Hopefully it works out for them. I really, really do hope so. But it's nice to see those boys back together again. We got Nedex over on Gridlock now as well. So Project Nedex, that kind of got dismantled as we saw it happening real time. But now he's made himself onto another team with Silas, SKZ, and Wellrun. So happy to see him in a new home. But the big legends themselves, it's Big John. Michael's back at it again.
Bosh.
Yeah, it's good. But overall, this is sort of a strange one, because I think that Michael's also playing into ENC, so he had a bit of a switch up going into here with their team. But overall, Michael, T-Bone as well. I'm actually quite excited to see those two guys play together.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Big John. Oh, Bosh. Look, obviously, behind it, Team UK came away from kind of ENC going, actually, you know what, guys? Let's form a team and let's stay together, which is like, oh, amazing. But they're not allowed to, because they qualify for ENC. Actually, when it comes down to playing these other tournaments, especially in the PUBG circuit, the rules would dictate if they were to do that, they'd lose their spot at ENC. Yeah. So the guys have had to split. So nice to see, obviously, Michael, and obviously working out with T-Bone. For me, Koji, insane. Young player, really, really cracked. I know I've seen T-Bone playing with him. I've seen obviously the guys online with my Michael stream scrapping out of him as well. So a young talent which I expect to do pretty well in this event.
Yeah, I think that was kind of like the main unknown for me on that team. So it's nice to know that you got boots on the ground there. You know, you're listening in. You know what's up.
Snooping.
I was curious because we have Team Kazakhstan coming in here. And that is a little bit of a head scratcher for me in terms of ENC. I don't know if it's the exact same team, but you know, I'll have to find out. It is.
Yeah, and
does it count?
Some of them playing across, but it didn't qualify. So yeah, obviously the problem with Team UK is they qualified, right? So they have a spot now for ENC. So in the rule books, obviously, if they stay as it is, then they would lose their spot for that qualification. So that's why those teams have had to break up.
Oh, so Kazakhstan's fine. So they're just going to carry on the momentum here over it. Well, not the momentum. We'll find a different slot to go into here. Which is fine. I mean, they've qualified here in the weekly cup, so that's all good. Let's take a look at the fall format here. Obviously, we've gone over it a little bit, but we have each week presiding by scrims. This is going to decide who are our top 16 going into each cup. So there is a possibility that this is not going to be the same 16 teams next week, and it's more than likely that's not going to be the case here, Mark. But you can also see there down the bottom, the winners from week 4 and week 5, they will go straight over towards the playoffs.
Yeah, and this is what, again, as I said, it's excited me, obviously, when I found out about this obviously happening, and then obviously it happening. Expectations for me at the beginning was, we're going to see the same 16 teams dominate the scrims each week and work their way through into the weekly cups that happen every single Saturday. But it wasn't the case. We did get a mix-up. Yes, there was a level of consistency, and we did see Team Nemesis, Joggermanito, etc. start to reappear and secure those spots, and again, like the Myth-Off, etc. But it was a mix-up, and when we came to later on, especially like week 4, week 5 for me, actually, when we looked at the overall leaderboard, it was potentially anybody's game. So when we came into week 4, that could be the wild card, or it could be that level of, like, I suppose those teams that were at the top, those teams that were kind of revisiting us every single week.
Yeah, we sort of had that notion last time where we thought to ourselves, well, maybe they'll just give it up. They won't go all the way. They'll have a bit of a chilled out week potentially. But those top teams, they just kept on swinging. So I don't know if people will be courteous this time. Probably not. Here's our point systems. Nothing has changed. It's all the same, Mark. You know, if you've been around for a while, this is what it's been. This is what it will be, potentially. Don't know on that yet. I'm pretty sure it's not going to change for a millennium, though. So I think we're fine.
Yeah, the same format that everybody knows. Obviously, first person to bag in most of the points. It will obviously work its way down to 7 for 8th, and the kills are only 1 point. We had some crazy times where some +3 kills and half price chicken dinner. But those sales are over. We're back to the super format. We're back to everybody's expectations.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at our attending teams. We've already gone through quite a few of them so far. But we do have wonderfully ridiculous, mad logos as per usual. This is what we come to expect here over at the PEC Weekly Cups, but they're good. I mean, Everlong's probably got my favorite out of this one in terms of professionality. Big John, though, he is really giving it. He's really giving it. No Slack also bringing back the legendary here once again, who actually are a very good team. Very, very excited to see these guys play once again. But yeah, these are all our teams. I think that the main ones we have gone over, Jogo Bonito, Big John. Any trolls in chat? Also a fairly decent team here.
Oh, God, where do we start?
I know, it's hard.
This is a stacked week. Yeah, this is a stacked week lineup, right? So for me, no Slack. Obviously going to spring, showing us what they can do, and arguably actually performing. I think there's a big question where I said that actually I feel like they should be looking forward than back. I felt like as we going through to the finals, they set the stance really well. There was like the whole, if you need a win, you get a fin type thing. But actually, they should have carried on pushing forward. They should have carried on applying pressure, but they didn't. They looked backwards and obviously lost a little bit of the lead. Any trolls in chat, I'd expect to see them do pretty well here, long as they can obviously keep it, obviously that level of communication and consistency up. I expect some good things for them. But then we've got some of the underlying names that we see all the time. PGG, pretty well. Now, sometimes a bit of a slow start, but do pretty good. Skittles, the same as well. And then we see the likes of Winside. They've been in scrims, Freeside in chat, etc. So these teams have been well known. I think it is anyone's to play for, but it's who's going to start right, who's going to be aggressive, who's going to try and find that first win, and more importantly, get the kills.
For sure. I mean, Winside PWD, like you said, looks like a decent team over there overall. Quintet, Kimetsu. I would like to see PWD do well. I think he's had some moments where it looks very, very good, and then they start to swing back a little bit. But hopefully, a new face for him here, alongside with the rest of his team. You're saying about PGG. I mean, Presenti, incredible player overall. I think I'm most excited to see IXE again. This guy was nuts last time around. Scav's been grinding away as well. So I think No Slack has some very, very good momentum coming into this, just as a team in general. You know, you have a lot of mix-ups going a lot across the board. No Slack stuck together, and I do think that synergy can build up over time and be really, really effective, especially when you're playing third person, because there's a lot of set plays you need to go for quite a bit.
Yeah, look, I think the only thing going to go against No Slack is that people know those set plays that they produce. Yeah. People are going to understand how they play now, right? Not just from coming through the cups and doing that level, but they've been fighting at the top tier. So, again, everyone's got the kind of meta against them. So, it'll be interesting to see what they can bring. Today's matches, though, we're kicking things off on Erangel, Miramartego, Rondo, and finishing up on Erangel. It is 5 matches. It is TPP, but these are aggressive and quick. And as we saw from the first graphic, guys, it's about the overall leaderboard. So yes, to be prize pool, etc., working their way from top down to bottom. But these teams are looking to put points on the overall leaderboard, because when we close things off at the end of week number 5, depending on where the team's finishing up, it's dependent on where they qualify for the EMEA circuit.
Exactly. Like, that's what it's all leading up to. We're trying to get our way through to PEC proper, and make our way over there, because again, you are right. There's a lot of teams playing over it here. And you're not guaranteed to make it in every week. So every single week that you do get in, you got to make the most out of it. And sometimes that means hyper aggressive plays. I mean, we've had some teams like that. It hasn't quite worked out for all the weeks, but definitely kept them in the running, that side of things. Just to go back to your point about the prepping style of things, where it's like you're looking into those meta, you're looking into set plays. I would say this is one of the few exceptions where that's a little bit more difficult to go for, because there are so many teams here, Mark. I think that it would be very, very good, very studious of these teams to look through every single squad and what they're doing. But is that a super possibility potentially for No Slack? I mean, maybe you're looking at them and you're like, this is the one team we should prep for, alongside of a couple others. So potentially you're right. But I do think it's hard to study every single team in such a massive format like this.
Yeah, no, you're right. And then obviously the guys will go for qualification. There's groups, etc. on the Wednesdays that we see play out. So some of these would have played against each other. Some do play in the scrims. So we do see, obviously, outside of this event, obviously that happens daily, especially in EMEA with multiple lobbies. So a lot of these people will know, roughly, give or take. That aside, there is this little Discord that kicks around where the players are just invited. A few of us have snuck our way in, but actually what they do is they communicate with each other going, look, we're planning to go here. This is our drop. Now, does that mean there's a rule and regulation that they can avoid each other and hot drop? No, it's kind of a gentleman's handshake. Actually, we're going to go here. We want to get our loot. We won't disturb you over there. But from that, it gives them the start, gives them the first corner of the puzzle, where actually they can go, actually, we know No Slack likes to rotate this way. We know that, especially earlier, we saw like Team Falcons going for the gliders, etc. Right? They will then start to piece the puzzle. So at least they've got a start. Whether they keep that gentleman's handshake is to be said, because it's down to the qualifications. And we said this is the second chance, really, and maybe the last chance for these teams to be able to get to one of the main events and work their way to finding those PGS and PGC points. Absolutely.
And again, that it's all good and well, you know, tell everyone you drop spots what your general rotation paths are like. I think in this format, I would prefer to stick to things. I don't want to mess things up too much, because that's things when things do get really messy. I think you can start switching things up a lot when it's like you've got a locked in 16, right? That's much easier to go about, where all of a sudden you're only really pissing off one team at the end of the day. But if you try and go on that on that drop spot too many times, it's like, well, you might have been stepping on 3 other teams' toes there. Suddenly you're in big trouble. You're in deep water. So I do hope that they keep that, because I think you have to. I think you have to in this kind of format where you're stating clearly what you want to do. But overall, I'm very excited, Mark. I think we've gone over a lot of the players, a lot of the teams so far. but it should be a good one. We're starting off on a angle, as we usually do, which should be a nice position to start ourselves off in. And that is, you know, the old general map where everyone's got everything figured out. You know where you go, you know what you want to go over towards. I think, you know, maybe Tago's going to be a little bit more different, where some of those rotational paths are a bit more open. But our goal, we're starting off nice and clean.
The biggest thing as well, adding to that, is obviously the update with the destructible terrain. We've now got past the exciting stage. It's new and trying to figure it out. It's becoming that sort of default, and a lot of teams now finding out how they want to play it. So we see teams now playing the mortars, looking at for a defensive play to get into the dips. That's now kind of, we washed all the excitement away from it. It's now bread and butter. Add that to the default map. So we had a look at the wrangle, they're well rehearsed, we understand the rotations, we understand the play. Now with these kind of additional tools that they've got in their chest, it does make for exciting times, but it also allows for some of these teams to be creative. Someone asked me the other day, when's the best time to get into PUBG Esports? Well, this year, because one, they've made a massive change to how the perspective, but two, they've added in all these different variations that actually some of the old school muscle memory doesn't really work out for you. These creative players, and as I come back to kind of Big John, especially youngsters coming through, they actually can bring a level of spice to the game actually that some others can't handle.
Yeah, all those Gen Zers and their voxels and their pickaxes, they love this kind of thing. They love it. It's good to see. But yeah, that has kind of become the de facto setup, right? We're seeing less and less pans these days, which it's a shame. It is a shame. But again, the pickaxe is going to get some skins at some point, man. It's going to get some really big skins. I'm waiting for the progressive pickaxe at this point in time. But yeah,
it's happening.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. But yeah, it has been interesting. It's been super interesting. I think overall, you looking at the mortars being like a really, really big deal because people can massively dig themselves in now. Even just watching back over at EWC, the amount of times you need those mortars to clear areas out of the map because people know it so well, and know it so well to the point now they could be like, this maybe wasn't a great area before, but if we chunk away at this side of the hill, we're locked in. We're in a good spot. So again, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. Now is the best time to get into it because you can do a lot of fun and funky things in game at the moment. That doesn't mean the BRDM is dead in the water. That it's still as good as ever. Still as good as ever. Though I have seen like over the last like 4 months some very, very silly plays with BRDMs. People getting out of them in situations where they shouldn't, getting out on the wrong side. So yeah, it's been curious. Though I have also very much enjoyed this whole thing of driving the car alongside the BRDM, forcing them to get out on one side of the vehicle. That was a cool development for me.
Especially the keep it safe. I've seen people use a BRDM to actually block out a car as well to keep the players in and longer because the BRDM was out to go. So yeah, look, I like it. Again, it comes to that kind of creativity,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
Obviously, one of the recent updates, we've seen now the zone shift. So we've seen some crazy zones. Water obviously not as much of a factor away. So we've seen it play very aggressively across. Sometimes you've got to get the scuba gear. If you've got that BRDM, at least you can keep it watertight and spin around. So it's all to play for. But again, back to the point, obviously best time to get in. You can sign up. We'll make sure we get the link obviously in the chat, but you and your mates that are out there playing, like, you can just sign up, see if you can go through the qualifications, see if you've got what it takes, because actually you find yourself in the top 16 position, you find yourself playing on Saturday and actually arguably putting your team on the board.
Yes, yeah. I mean, again, I think PUBG is very good for this, where we have like a really, really good system of getting yourself all the way from the doldrums, right at the bottom, all the way to the top. A lot of teams have done it so far already. I mean, Team Nemesis is a very, very good example. Obviously, it's filled with already very, very good players. But they did start at like the very beginning of the circuit here with us over at the weekly cups in spring. But that could be you. That could be you. You might change the game. You might come up with some completely new thing that changes the meta. You never know. And it's good to see. We are seeing a lot. I have generally seen a lot of new people streaming as well, PUBG, which is cool. It's not the same old anymore, which is I do miss the same old, but it is nice to see new faces too. So yeah, you're right. This year is coming to a close. It might be next year. It might be next year for you. It's not all fully figured out just yet.
No, and
maybe for Virtus Pro.
Get signed up. Maybe they've got the secret sauce locked down, but they're a team that grind. You see them in scrims, you see them on the off season trying to figure out the change of perspective, and as a result, we're now seeing them kind of come into light. They got a PGS, which is outstanding. Now we've seen them with an EWC underneath their belt as well. The question is, can they get themselves another PGS before they go PGC? Like big boshes will be happening there, but again, they had to start somewhere, and this is mostly one of the best places to start if you go back to our main point.
Hey, we do also, one of the best regions right now. You gotta keep your eyes on the new talent. I think we had, what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 out of the 8 in the top 8 coming through from EMEA, which is really cool to see. So yeah, overall, I do think that this is definitely a region you want to keep up with. Even if, maybe you just hop in for a couple of games here and there during the weekly course, make sure you tune in back in for PEC, because that's going to be a slobber knocker and a half. Yeah,
just let you guys know, as we just wait for the last player to enter in, we'll get ourselves into that paint very, very shortly, obviously, for the first game. And there is only 5 games, normal points rule, normal format, etc. But obviously, we just want to wait for that final player. Blank, for me, I've got to ask some of the questions up front, mate. Like, do we think it's time for any trolls in chat? Do we think they are going to be a top performing team? Because they can. I think they're a team that could get back here week after week, as long as they don't argue.
Yeah, well, I think that's the sticking point, isn't it, right? I mean, Marcelek and Fuzzface, again, when you listen to them, though, when you listen on the stream, it sounds quite harsh. It sounds quite brutal at times, but there is a sense of love in there. It comes from a good place. I hope. But yeah, I think any trolls in chat, they could do well. I genuinely think so. Again, they're coming in with the weird logo, the fun logo. They're maybe not expecting.
I think it's the best.
Hey, they're not. Look, the way it feels. You got the maracas. You're having a good time. You're hoping to do well, right? There's no disappointment there, no matter what happens. They're here for a good time. It might not be a long time. I hope it is a long time, though. But overall, yeah, I do think so. I think this is a team we want to look in on, because they have a lot of potential here. Some of these other teams, I think we kind of know roughly how they're going to play. I don't look at this and think to myself, that there's going to be huge surprises overall. PGG, I think for them, the biggest thing there in terms of surprises, if they start out really strong and really quick. But yeah, I think overall we'll come into this, and it's again for the weekly cups. There are some I don't knows in there. And I'm excited to know and to find out as we go along. But for any trolls in chat, I like them. Hope they can do well.
Yeah, same. Again, looking across the board for me, Needix, you mentioned, obviously, you're expecting big things from them. Obviously, Skir's playing it. Silence is a strong player as well. So I've heard that Wellrin, who plays the 4th for them for Gridlock, is pretty strong as well. So definitely a player to watch. Limited knowledge from me. So I'm actually kind of excited to see what Gridlock can bring to the table. I'm also really interested in the team next to him, Jocko Benito. We saw them do well. We saw them drop off slightly, let's be honest. But they're a big hitting name. They should be expected to be bullying the lobby, because they don't have those nosy neighbors of Team Nemesis this time around, right? So I'm interested to see actually how much Jogger Benito flexes out slightly and maybe causes some damage to some of the teams neighboring them.
I think that was a huge talking point. It's a really good thing to bring up as well. Is that is a bully team. That is a bully team right there. They're going to steal your lunch money. They're going to bash you against the lockers. And you better hope there's a teacher nearby. Unfortunately, teacher Nemesis is not here anymore. The vice principal is gone. So I think for Jogger Benito, they might have some free reign here, right? And a lot of lunch money to be made as we go along. But yeah, we are currently on the Apathon. We know that. You know that. But we're just waiting for one player, one sneaky player. We'll get the name of them. We'll name and shame them at some point. I'm sure we will. It's going to happen.
It's irrelevant now, because the teachers have rung the bell, mate. Lunch is over. The guys are starting very shortly as well. So whether they made it or not, it doesn't matter. There's no holding around for long breaks here. We can only waffle for so long. Production know they want to send it in. So yeah, we will be starting very shortly, and the plane will be in the air. I'm intrigued, as I said, for Jog Benito. I'm intrigued for Everlong as well. This team is pretty much in the scrims most of the time. Same with Freeside, give or take. Again, interested to see on those rotations for those teams, because they sometimes clash against each other. And I just want to come back to that no slack conversation before we get started. They are a team which I think a lot of people should be watching now, and as I say, people will understand how they rotate, understand what they're doing. So has this team changed things up? Like, I know they're not always eccentrics, we say, the Finns, especially when you see them on media day. They're pretty pretty calm and
Chilled out.
relaxed. So maybe, maybe not changing about how they play, but the strength of that team should be pretty high. Are they going to be the nosy neighbor to a Jog Benito?
Yeah, we'll wait and see. I mean, for No Slack overall had some very good mid center control at least, which was what they were very, very well known for. The problem was that they weren't always taking opportunities to preempt a lot of the pushes that were coming in. That was some of the things that I noticed. I was like, I kind of want that to change a little bit. But then over time, they got more confident. We started seeing them hot dropping people. I was really excited about that. And then there was that slight fall off again, where it was like, where's that aggression gone? And that's what sort of disappointed me a little bit. I do think that No Slack has it in them. I think you're right. But we just need to see more. I think you're coming back to a previous point.
Is that? Of course, I was actually. I'll speak to you about the No Slack. Is that just not how they play though? Like, it's just they want to keep that calm. They don't always over aggress themselves if they don't want to.
Yeah.
They're kind of happy sometimes just sitting there. I know it doesn't make for exciting casting for PUBG, right? But it's just how they play. They're just kind of just like juggernaut of a train, just sort of chipping away at the lobbies very, very slowly.
And it was just these moments though where I think there was these times where No Slack were getting into the thick of it and they were finding success of it, where they were clearing out space around them where they could then play that chilled out playstyle afterwards. And then we started not doing that as much, to the point where they were suddenly caged in. You were in a cage match with 5 other teams and they all were out for blood for them. I don't know particularly if that was intentional, right, where they brought back on that aggression, or just maybe things weren't working out quite for them because of the circles. But there was very limited time for me to look at that. But overall, I did notice that there was a point where it got a little too quiet in the booth, let's say.
Yeah, I'm with you. I know exactly what you mean as well, because you're eager for them to sort of make the play, get the additional points, but they're just happy, just going, right, we've got the compound, or we've got this area, we've got this location. They are a team that like to dig in as well, so we see them with the pickaxes, we've seen them with a defensive mortar play as well. They will entrench their area just to try and hold out, because they are playing for the wins half the time. They're playing for those 10 points additionally, maybe not so much as of the kills. It's definitely worth reminding you, obviously, just FYI, the two, actually not just one player, but 2 players obviously with technical issue will be Skittles and Team Kazakhstan. They're only playing with 3 at the moment here for game number 1. So the guys are just waiting to get airborne, so we'll be very, very shortly, but keeping you guys up to date with what is happening. It is going to a wrangle, most importantly, and as before, if you haven't seen this already, we are on the cups. This is the qualification to get to PEC 4.
We're doing our qualifiers to watch a game right now. This is how we earn our cash, right? You know, we got to qualify to watching our angle first, but that's okay. That's what we're here for. But yeah, we're just gonna keep you guys updated. We're not entirely sure exactly when the game's gonna start. We were informed it was soon, but I'm not gonna hold the guys to that right now anymore.
Don't jinx it.
I'm not gonna jinx it. Yeah, I'm gonna not pressing any metaphysical button or anything like that. I'm not gonna start the game. But yeah, if you guys want to grab a drink, maybe now's the time to do it. Potentially. Can't be sure. But I wanted to bring up a point that you made earlier, and it was kind of a passing comment you made. You said there's some limited knowledge on some of these players. I do think that that's very, very exciting for us at the weekly cups, and it's what we actually watch these for a lot of times. Yes, there's some well-known names, some well-known teams, but we want to see new players. That's what this is all about. We want to see new players make a name for themselves here in the weekly cups and potentially qualify through to PEC and show off there as well. They might not make it all the way, but it's good to have new lifeblood in the system.
Yeah, and I think this is what the cup's opening up, right? This is again, come back to that, like, you had the time to sign up. When do I play PUBG Esports? Now. Sign up, get yourself on the website, and make sure, obviously, you get your team in. You play back, obviously. You play into scrims, and then you go, if you get enough on the scrims, you get enough points, you come to the cups. When you attend the cups, obviously, you're able then to kind of put your details, your points on the leaderboard. At the end of it, obviously, we then look. Now, it's dependent on how many teams, it depends on where you finish up as to where you obviously will go through. So obviously, there are 8 invited teams when we go through to sort of PEC. There are regional partner teams, so we see the likes of Twisted Minds, Navi, etc., VP, Ascend, etc., sort of reappear. But we see kind of the first 3 to 6 obviously making their way through into that first day, and then obviously it then falls down. So obviously, it's really important for these teams to make sure they get as this many points on the board early, because at the end of week number 5, depends on where they are on the leaderboard, depends on what day they come into the playoffs, and then from the playoffs we look at the teams that are going to be advancing on and making our way to the finals for PSV's full.
That's correct. And with that, we have the full format, which you've done a fantastic job of explaining that right there. And this is to visualize what Mark has been saying, obviously. We will have 2 playoffs overall in PEC. But yeah, goodness me. I mean, what else can we talk about here, really? I mean, did you enjoy EWC? Was that fun? It was good.
I was on the beach, mate.
How much did you
I was sitting on the beach. I was sitting on the beach watching it.
How much did you watch whilst you were in Cyprus? That's the real question.
I actually, to be fair, I watched the games. I didn't see really the pre-shows and after-shows and bits and pieces because I was getting summoned to go and do my holidayism stuff. But yeah, I got to watch, obviously. But yeah, it is thing. Production apologising, and production obviously going to be looking at my audio very shortly. They did tease us with the game, but yeah, I got to watch a lot of EWC. A great play from VP, but I didn't really see the in-between show bit, so I did just go back and watch all the Claris.
Oh yeah, there was some good filler content over there done by PUBG. Honestly, I really did enjoy it. But yeah, I was mainly asking because I was like, you're on holiday, but you're a hard worker, lad. You're a hard grafter. And I was like, there's no way he's not on holiday. You know, on the beach, on the sunbed. You know, got some PUBG on the old phone. It's the only way to do it.
Had it in my ear. So the missus didn't hear it playing out loud, so I got away from it for quite some time.
Cheeky. That is cheeky.
It is. Yeah. Sneaky PUBG time.
Gotta be done though. I mean, I think for me it was fun. I genuinely though, I do think that currently although I'm a big EMEA supporter, I am, you know, my region and all. I am very much enjoying Made in Thailand at the moment. I think they have a very cool playstyle, dude. Very, very cool playstyle. Never quite sure whether they're going to be fully in or playing on the defense, and then Kiss comes out of nowhere. It's crazy. I think that they're like very similar to Virtus Pro at the moment, where they've sort of cracked that code almost.
It's like they've got the secret sauce, yeah.
Yeah.
Or the style of play fits now into them, because obviously it wasn't quite working for them from an FBP perspective. The TPP perspective seems to be playing into them. So I'm trying to work out, have they got the secret sauce? They're hard working, we know they grind hard, right? Or has the change of perspective, have the updates played into the style that we see from Myth, because they are quite a creative team, and we saw them today rolling around with 2 BRDMs, not just one but 2 BRDMs, trying to cause chaos in one of the lobbies.
Yeah, they've got a unique playstyle for sure. I think people are struggling to sort of figure them out almost, which is good though, which is good, and that's what you want. Which just brings us back to PEC weekly cups fall, which I think it might be our angle time potentially. Roll the plane. There it is. Okay.
Bosh. Let's go. Oh, that was the podcast, but we're here. PC full week number 1, match number 1, but obviously it's the full cup. Spring Cup has been done, dusted. It's the first 16 teams. Flame path though is the north, down towards the south, through the heart, the soul, the grassy pastures. That's gonna be a wrangle.
You made such a boring playing path sound so exciting. I respect it. I respect it so much. After all that lead up, you know, the kindest, most easy playing path, get you wherever you need to be. But yeah, it's good. I think it's we did say it was going to be a nice and clean Arankle, and it certainly is starting off that way so far. No slight heading over towards South George at the moment. We got PGG down towards probably Novo. That is a slow place to rotate from, which kind of leads back into what we were talking about earlier. And goodness me, Big John has the Bosch, has the tag. There's no way.
Absolutely love it. Just let you know, VP not playing here. Skittles on the dance. You want to see PWD do well. Now he has to see his hot feed. Now he's going to be waiting, maybe teasing, is waiting for the rest of the team to close in. But unfortunately for him, it closed on the other side. And now come the reinforcements. It's a matter of life or death. But PWD holding up together.
Oh, he had to drive by to start off with, some difficult weapons to work with there as well. A lot of the recall coming through. Don't know how many attachments they had on board, but not a bad spray down. But damage is done. And, you know, it really, really wouldn't be weekly cups if it wasn't Jogger Benito getting the first kill of the game. Forsic will take down RDD though from Skittles, which is a lot of action to happen within the first 2 minutes. These teams have been ready and raring to go, and it seems like they're taking out some of that aggression right now.
UED just completely baited in. I'm innocent. Please don't hurt me. I'm here all by myself, and the rest of the team come sweeping in. Obviously, for Skittles, they were down a body anyway, but I like the level of aggression. There are only 5 maps, but there are 5 weeks. So Skittles starting with the right foot forward. Unfortunately, now they don't have as many feet left on the battleground.
Yeah, they had to get it done nice and quick, right? I think if you try and create some space around you where you can...
They're going to get rid of the chip.
No,
goodbye,
not coming back.
Skittles.
I mean, you're already down a man. Now you're fully down another man. That's rough. That is rough to be looking into. Yeah, for Jogger Benito.
Wait and see.
Oh, sorry. I was astounded by a little map stream coming through. Perfect. Lovely to see. We do get our first circle, heads over towards the eastern side of the map, just sitting over towards Dip. Again, for a very reasonable circle as well to start things off with. PGG already have Slow Jacket across the bridge, watching out for XTD, who are on the northeast side towards Milter. But yeah, everyone's setting out a little bit of an outpost, trying to get a little bit further into this type of circle.
It is getting ready for this type of circle. Obviously, the circle is out on that east side, so lots of space here for a lot of these teams. Obviously, looking to try and move as guys will start to migrate. PGG on that south side. Story does go north, so good hold from them. Rest of the guys taking up Milta. Team Kazakhstan on the migration as well, but that does open up that kind of southwest corridor. So a lot of these teams should be able to migrate in pretty nicely.
Yeah, really quite a simple rotate path for a lot of teams, especially with the plane path. Like you said, you know, it lobs everyone nice and evenly across the entirety of Arangul. So rotating on that north side, cutting back in towards Kameshki, Lipovka, all good. PWD going down.
That elevator. Only PWD can come up with that strap. He's changed his seat. He goes straight down. Now he's trying to cause problems. Skittles causing them problems. Critics will go down. Tires might be gone, but it'll be enough to flatten him. PWD flattens himself, though, with the glider. The rare little moat up in the top will show that actually maybe he descended to the gates of hell.
Poor PWD there, man. I mean, we talked about the elevator there, but he's gone straight to the bottom of the shaft. That is unfortunate. Squished by the elevator itself, which in this case is the glider. Skittles, we saw from earlier, went down to just 2. Get a little bit of revenge here.
You know what they're doing.
Oh, yeah, we're getting the revenge.
Goodbye.
An extended mag.
Goodbye, an extended mag. No. It's not just a chip. He gets buried with his prized possession, the extended mag.
Yeah, that's a distended team though, unfortunately. So we're back to 2s for Skills, which is okay to see for them. With 1 kill on the board. Don't know how much further they're going in this game, but again, if you're playing as 3 and you're getting 1 kill so far, I'd say that's still a win in my book. Jogger Benito set themselves up nicely over towards the western side of the road on the west side of the map. They've got a couple of players both north and south right now in Yaz Fields. So a lot of decisions to be made in the future for them and a lot of options opened up as well. So I think this is actually quite good from Jogger Benito because at this point of the game, usually they'd be hunting.
Yeah, I think they're just stalling because maybe they've been put in zone. It's like the game knows how to keep them at bay. They are sitting on the top side. Obviously, if the zone is down in that east corner, so those fighting we saw from Windsides and for Skittles very much in the far northeast by Zaki. So they're down numbers. They're going to have to migrate. The rest of these teams, I suppose, setting up shop, but with the update to zones and how the hard shifts are not quite there and they don't react to unplayable early on, people... I think just taking this one a bit more cautious.
There's so many places that teams can be on this particular circle as well. I think everyone realizes that the majority of the map is already taken up. So if you can find a spot, you just sit in it, you kind of wait for the next circle to pop and then go from there.
Yeah.
Obviously, GL starting off things very, very nicely here with Wellrun on that south side looking out. This is a good spot to be. It is a little bit crowded though, right? Over towards every single one of your exits. I think the only position they can really make a break towards is lumberyard. I think it would be safe to assume there isn't many teams or anyone that wanted to play up there. So that's really their only exit, and they'd have to wrap back up towards that north side. So right now they are sort of boxed in, but it's a very good central spot.
It all comes down to, I suppose, this next zone for some of these teams. We'll try and wait things out. AO is in a trench, I think just spotted by No Slack, and opted not to come out the foxhole just yet. And No Slack do pull up, and Scav gets a bit of a blessing.
He's on the western side as well, right? I mean, if you could set up a little bit further towards that east, then you're happy to work with it.
Yeah.
You'd assume they saw him, right? 100%.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
There's no way.
He just came over the top.
Yeah, there's no way they don't see that there. They're going to wrap back round as a unit, as a squad. Try and swing further in. And why not? I mean, it looked like AO was just currently sat back, trying to cut themselves in. So if No Slack can get ahead on this, leapfrog the rotate, why not here? This is looking fantastic for them.
Yeah, this is again. I don't think he might not have seen the player. I think he definitely saw the foxhole. And again, big shout from the guys. They obviously have taken the cautious route. They go around them. A lot more teams now stacking up on that kind of west-hand side. And the zone, well, it has shifted. It's gone back down towards that south-southwest. Still holds the water on the south. So actually, where the teams may be centering up, donutting up, so to speak, doesn't play their way. Some of the teams have been more cautious, coming in either late or did play back this way. It now goes into favour. Big rotation now coming in from Bosch. And a huge rotation. Look at any trolls in chat. PGG were holding out that east bridge. They now opt to go towards the west bridge. They're going to come in behind on that southwest corner.
Yeah, with where AO's currently playing, they didn't really put up too much of a fight versus No Slack as they swung through. And No Slack, obviously, off the back of that, I've got a very, very good position. And question is AO going to do anything to any trolls in chat? We don't know. It might be any who ends up being the arbiters of them in the future. Big John, I keep trying to say Bosch, man, whenever I see that tag.
Bosch!
Bosch!
Bosch.
Yeah.
We get a counter. We're going to get a counter. That's what production promised me. We're getting a Bosch counter.
Yeah.
Every time they get a kill.
So they're moving in. They wrapped far around on that northern side, coming in from the western edge of Lipovka now. They do have a little bit of a funnel past prison, heading over towards GL. It's quite open ground, so I think slightly want to play this a little bit slower here. I think a lot of times in the past, Michael has suffered to some of these situations where he's playing on teams where they get cut off slowly but surely, one by one. This time, it feels a lot more cohesive on the squad in terms of the decision making, how they're playing together, and what direction they want to take. So, comms are seeming nice. Two Brit lads on the same team. It's good to see.
Yep, and if you haven't already, pretty much Michael, T-Bone are streaming most days, so go give them a follow. Check out their social medias as well, and that gives you kind of the insight. That's where you see them sort of practicing, and so I suppose that synergy comes from the sort of reps that these guys are putting in the public round. Talking
about bangers and mash and all that. It's a good icebreaker. It's a good icebreaker. 6-7, currently in the div right now.
You did it before I did. It's now acceptable. It's now acceptable.
Played inside the dip. Getting some shots taken at them by GL, but again, they're still technically holding them out. That is a nasty shot with the Lynx AMR. Pretty much takes out the vehicle, and he's far away from his team as well. So that leaves him stranded on an island. Well, that's actually rough.
Yeah, it's not nice. It wasn't to be expected. I was at that rotation round trying to get the information, and gridlocked him out of it. So he's going to have to wait for reinforcements and a pickup. They are sitting in that kind of gully, that graveyard we saw. Remember, all the cars sending it in. It's the desperate area. So hopefully we don't get that again. That was crazy. Any trolls in chat really spread. Look at that. Marcelek, though, well out there. And he taking a couple of shots to him. Fuzzface holding a little bit further down as we wait for the zone just to sort of crest. Again, that water doesn't take effect, so it can play to the south and it goes back the other way, back towards the southeast. We hold on to some water. Farm becomes a shining light for some of these teams.
Farm's always an interesting area, right? I mean, I haven't seen a huge amount of farm finishes recently, but this is a good spot to play for XDDD. I mean, you've got a lot of area around here, which is fairly open. It's why you can see them immediately trying to regroup on this, because it's a very, very good spot to hold in the future. And it's fairly central as well. There's not a huge chance that this doesn't go back towards them on the eastern side. And even if it does go a little bit further out, it should keep that compound in. And they'll be able to clear a lot of area around them as teams have little area to move into. So this is really, really good. Free side at the moment, currently holding off quite a few teams, in fact, as any trolls in chat do rock up.
Yeah, good play from them. Actually, Freestyle was going to hold this corner, so identified for them. Doffy takes the initial shot. Crazy steps across the door like it's whack-a-mole, teasing in the shots. But he's got to be careful because he is on a limb. It is technically a 1 versus 1 here, but if he comes around this south side, he's going to be exposed. But Maver's there to save the day.
Good stuff there. Maver now looking further ahead. Marsalek inside the building. Fuzzface on the backside there with the M249 ready to let loose. And they'll need to salvage this situation with Maver actually having a very, very good hold on side.
They get the opening as well. Look at that. They've backfilled the top as well, so they're going to apply pressure. I think they just wait for this one to sort of kick off. Kristani gets Lloyd down. Marsalek does get recouped down as well, so he clears his building. Looking maybe for that blue zone to try and get that finish, but I don't think it's going to do the damage he wants it to do.
Goodness me, it's a nasty bounce. Almost kills his teammate. Luckily, Marsalek's able to just slowly sling a nade out the side there. Everlong goes fairly insane on the process with the Panzerfaust into a very good set of sprays. Froggy, though, some good clapbacks. Took a little bit of damage, but 2 nicely lined up headshots. Will put himself back in the game and give him time to go for a little bit of a heal. AO, though, completely gone here.
I like the position here. Freeside coming on the other side. Crazy, obviously, still isolated, but they're trying to hold, maybe bait in any that way. Maver does get one. Marsalek will fall down for the spray for Fuzzface. Doesn't get the connection he wants. Pre-flash will go through. He's looking to try and make the aggressive starts, but he goes around the adjacent side. Fuzzface, M249 versus the Org, and he's locked in, but he might be locked in, but not for long. Froggy, he jumps over and he finishes. Any trolls in chat? Out in 15th place.
Honestly, a very good hold from Freeside. Started out a little bit sketchy when we saw any trolls in chat just be able to rock up towards the building quite well, but from there the hold was good. They limited them down towards the lower situated building, so I think overall fairly decent job there coming through from Freeside, and between the teamwork of Froggy as well as Maver, I loved that. Loved every second of it. We're going to get our next circle coming in fairly soon. M1X moving in. That is a pretty hard shift over towards that western side. Winside quite happy about this as they rocked up over towards Freeside's compound before, but more and more teams are going to start aggressing in. There is a compound down towards the south side that M1X can head towards, which is open, but it doesn't have the best of prospects for the late game.
Let's look at Bobosh. They're on a big 2-2 split. The zone shifts back towards the west. What point do they enter in? PGG hold a massive split on that south side, so they've got to be cautious there. XCD obviously hold farm, but you're realistically not going to sink your way in. 6-7, make the early play in between. Bosch need to make a decision whether they go north or go south.
I mean, Bosch right now seem to be regrouping on that northern side. This is a hard one. I think they realize it. They know they're going to have to play edge into this late game. For PGG, there is a potential they get crashed on towards Sloydjock or even Salik over towards that south side, because it's only one player on each of the buildings. But it's a greedy hold that, because most of the teams are playing on the north, they're not too worried about this. The only thing that would happen is someone would have to swing far down towards the south to make that work. Oh, no. That's a nasty nade. Dropped to the floor there by Jogger Benito. Does quite a bit of damage. Won't quite get the flush through just yet. Is it salvageable, though? I don't know here for Jogger Benito. Slaven will go down.
Slaven do go down. No Slack find themselves. They've got to clear this fight pretty quickly. Everlong have arrived, but Grid on the adjacent side, they're going to play in. Jogger Benito a little bit further afield. We've seen them in chaos. Grenades for No Slack will go over. MG in hands. That's a real defensive play, but it is going to be a race for the zone.
Be a race for the zone at the moment. I mean, playing, no one really wants to head central here. It's very open. You'd rather try and hold out these teams coming through from farm side. Bosch did move in. It's a good roll down over towards themselves. But inside, we'll find at least one. Yeah, that was left on the screen for a long time. It was like the kill feed of shame there. Scav will find Vazivi, which is good to see. But that is immediately refragged there by Vistori over towards IXC, so a lot of damage coming through there. XCD honestly has held on for a long time. You're right, it's a good nade here from Scav, but they're holding on the tree line here. The smokes are up, which might give them an opportunity to walk in.
Phase 4. They've got to walk in. I don't think they've got any option now. Great blue zone. That's going to cause the damage. Montpire obviously going to be taking effect. Does get the res back on in time. Claveria going to have to try and make the way forward. Goes for the defensive angle. Got the MG, and that rains a very nasty song. But the M4 with the pre-peak, well, puts no slack down. 2 kills. There's 2 more remaining in front of him. And here comes a big crash. Gridlock. Full set. John Benito. Grenade out. Oh, straight through. Doesn't get out the window. And Noddy ends in life. John Benito, they go out in style.
Yeah, they do. You're not taking points off of us. Tell you that right now. But yeah, for Gridlock, they had to do something. They moved in. Rena there, honestly, life saved by the jammer pack. I think if that wasn't in play there, the blue zone would have done so much damage. But instead, he was very, very fresh and ready to take the fight versus Scav there as well as Kovalevi. So yeah, difficult position to be in. In the meantime, though, Bosch, Big John have been making some bloody waves on this north side of the map. It's been great to see. You know, since the roll down to their own teammate, that looked bad, but they have been redeeming themselves ever since.
They have. The rotation is in. I've lost one. Michael is going to be sent back to the lobby. It'll be difficult for them to go get that. More importantly, find a recall station to put him back in. So Bosch will be now as a 3. Shots come through the smoke. Gets Marcy's. Be careful. It should be a little bit of a calm. Does everyone wait for this next zone to hit?
It's going to be a bit of a calm before the storm. Waiting for teams to make the decisions. Honestly, I'm quite impressed with how Winside played out this game because they had a bit of a rocky start, right? PWD even going down on the glider. Managed to get him back up again. They were able to swing just ahead of Freeside. I think that's a very fortuitous opening for them then when they heard the fight going on and just opted to third party it. XTDT didn't create enough pressure, weren't able to quite get themselves out of farm. Again, if this was a further eastern circle, they might have had a fantastic game off the back of that, but most teams were looking towards them after that point. They realized that we have easy shots over the squads. They try and make their escape. PGG, though, that greedy split has worked out phenomenally for them here, Mark.
It has. It's worked out. They've been able to hold that sort of southeast corner, denying team entry, forcing teams around this top side. Bosch went early. XED going to be doing the same. Team Kazakhstan are positioned up. 6-7 also taking shots to ensure that XED don't turn and crash in. But sometimes they turn against each other. Zubila finds Sancho, gives an opening maybe for them to look in, but it's not going to be for one. Marcy's finds the other from Bosch, and oh my god, he got absolutely flattened. A Bosch on the head.
Oh, flattened him right there. Steamroller came through. XDD trying to make the escape here. That was a full-on send over towards the northern side of the map. It was one of the few options they had left in play. Poji is down. T-Bone still trying to keep things up. It's a good nade over towards Koji. And he will send another across. He's got to hit this first aid kit. And now he doesn't come through quite quick enough. These nades are just flowing in. It's sad that the last one wasn't quite on target. T-Bone's going to have to do something extraordinary here to keep themselves up.
I don't know. 4 kills, maybe tab out at this point. Difficult entry zone shifting away from him. Turns into a bit more of a salvation every point that you can get. Maybe is it a successful win for them in this difficult zone? T-Bone does find that. So blue zone does the damage. That sends them up into 5. But we are in placement points now. So additional point being taken effect up to 6.
I was surprised those shots didn't hit over towards T-Bone, just slightly whizzing over the top of his head there. Ingmar with the Lynx AMR once again finds a good shot over towards Slow Jacket. That's on PGG. This team is absolutely rinsed at the moment. There is a mortar in play in the back line from Salik. We send that up, hopefully find some shots. They're passing back the information. There's no way that tiny little divot blocks the nade.
It just like sends it the wrong way. Half the time it goes the right way. This time, unfortunately for him, does go down. T-Bone has been found as well, so Big John, they are now out. Now, any going to sweep their way through. Team Kazakhstan, the first of 4. They've got to be cautious. They can't juggle going too much over towards that east. And that Lynx, though, slamming its way through and blowing the head gasket the car.
I mean, we've seen more Lynxes one-shotting vehicles this game than we have actually seen them hit players, which is always interesting to see. Winside, you know, they get a bit of a windfall here over towards the western side of the map. They managed to sneak their way into this one off the back of that fight with Freeside, as well as any trolls in chat. There is any on their north, which they will likely need to get rid of at some point. M1X as well, they slowly swung in towards this area early on, around about the 17-minute mark. And this has worked out fantastic, but I love the way they set themselves up on this eastern edge, understanding there's going to be teams coming out from farm and towards the southern compounds too. So if they can find value off the back of this, good on them.
Yeah, definitely good on them. PGG, 1 kill. Difficult now. This whole side is open. I think that's where I start to hear mortars and people trying to use panzers to try and find holes, areas in which they can try and play into. Digger, final player here for Team Kazakhstan. Difficult for him to say. All started off with PWD. They are down to 3, but he's able to find himself a level 3 vest and helmet. He's got the AWM in the back pocket. Just trying to find an opening now here for NE, but he has an opportunity.
It is stun grenade sent through, but there is plenty of angles looking towards him here from NE. It's a decent nade, actually. But luckily, NE does push up in this moment. That is a very, very good push up. PWD going to instantly try and get back behind this wall. There should be angles looking towards him. Might need to get his belly down on the floor. PGG under duress right now. The flames licking at them from the vehicle. Presenti, a stun grenade and a dream.
See if we can make that dream come to life. He's done the right thing and jumped in towards the car just to avoid that molly. Flash comes over the top. Tippy toes are being affected and the pedicure under full effect for him. 5 HP and it's not going to be much for him. Apocalyptos will finish him off though. The Greek god himself. And for PGG, good hold, but not for much longer.
I mean, for PGG, they had practically the entirety of the southeast side covered and locked down. This might have been a very, very different game if we got some more southeast shifts for them. But eventually, it just came down to the same situation with XDDD. No escape. Good initial nade there from PWD. Has been trying to get that nade through for the longest time at the moment. AWM in hand. Ooh, could be a nice shot in the near future. Coming through. Dacia.
They've lost the compounds. He knows he's got a player lurking behind. He can't commit, and he go for a full send to try and find whatever they can. It's open terrain. The car's been done enough. Apocalyptos is there though. The Zeus himself. Despite Fragorant down, he has to turn around. Belly for the shots. PWD on the Jason side, and for NE, it was a desperate attempt to find it into the late game, but they bagged themselves fourth.
So Ingmar left remaining for 6-7 as the third team here. This was the fella running around with a Lynx AMR, and now he's got to stay quiet as a Panther, but it's not making it happen right now. Ingmar behind the trees. A good nade out should do the deed. Yeah, it was pretty much directly on top of him. So we're down to a 3 versus 4 here. M1X versus Winside. M1X currently controlling a lot of the circle on the south. Man, if he hit that shot, would have been an equalizer there. Would have been absolutely the equalizer.
Numbers don't always count. Pedicure, though, takes 90. It's a bit of a, I suppose, a dance-off, both on the outside edge. Both have to face in towards the middle. Nice little smoke allows PWD maybe an additional angle just to try and find a little bit more. As he will out for jump scout. He has spotted the player on the right, so it has placed his advantage. And oh my god, he sends a whistleblower across, and that Calyptos gets turned back around.
I mean, he's absolutely crushing Vest right at the moment, which is very good for their end game. PWD, though, takes a heavy 98. Won't go down, though. Was full HP, which is nice to see. 8 bullets left in the map, but you can see the helmet there is absolutely struggling on its last legs.
They wait for the shield, wait for the movement. I thought it was a player. Two AWMs. Yeah, 2 on this team. This is a bolty dream. Swaps over to level 1 helmet.
That's big. That's really big.
He opens up that side and allows the opportunity for WS to get them moving forward. And now that move forward, though, opens up more angles. And for Mix, they have to answer.
Yeah, it's a horrible player to go down there as well from him, which is why they instantly have to send one player out towards that western side there to try and shore up the area. Splatter King going to play off the back of this one. Forsic might just be in nade range. Goes for the bounce on it into a blue zone grenade. Forces him back. Attention to the angle of PWD. They're just looking to hold off the res, right? As long as they get this flush, they set themselves up for 3 versus 3. Not many bullets left in the mag now of this AWM.
Not much left, but there's more bullets than bodies. That's all I'd say. If he can get those headshots in, he might be able to make the opportunity. Will go down. PWD does get that confirmation, so 5 kills for him. And you remember it all started with him already. Kintosh trying to use the smokes. PWD now finds himself into the late game, but it's a 3 versus 3. It's a head-to-head, as they will be waiting for the dot.
They lost a lot of pressure off of Apocalyptos going down. The Winside just lost even more with PWD out. He's going to try and crawl down towards them. Quick swing out. That is bold from Rafa. Very bold indeed. But Hope is down. And Hope might be lost here for Winside. It's just 4 sec remaining. 76 bullets left here for him to make this work. Hope is flushed out. PWD bleeding as things go on. And Mix now might be looking for the finish. This nade has got to be juicy.
A big nade. That's a big nade. That's going to bounce nicely. Did they get up to the tree? Did they count for the second? They don't count the second. Oh my god, he doesn't get the knock. So unfortunate.
Only has Molotovs left remaining, and the stun grenades start to flow over towards the top side. He is blind as a bat right now. Needs to push further up. They keep sending them. The Molotovs keeping them at bay for the time being, though. This is a very, very good usage of the utility, but he is fresh out now. Only 1 first aid kit. It's pretty much down to this AUG.
He's close to the dot, but the guys know they've got the control. It goes for the peak. Now comes the peek around the left, and the Mix get it. It started, though, with Winside. Doesn't end with him, though. It's 8 kills, a 18-point game to start things off, and it felt, for me, Blank, a solid game number 1 for Action.
Yeah, I would say so. I think it was a really, really fun end game as well. I like the way that played out. I enjoy PWD finding Apocalyptos. It's just they really struggle to get down that slope, right? This is kind of a banger as well. Not going to lie. Yeah, I think that the problem was that they didn't have enough axes on side to lop down all the lumber that was in their way between them and Mix, right? They had so much hard cover to play around where they were working with vehicles and the pickaxes, and PWD, by the time that he'd ran out of smokes, he was digging in. And it was just inside the circle. It was a really, really rough push. I think if they had a little bit more time to work with, got another knock, they might have all been able to play down towards that tiny little ridge, but not meant to be. This is not our scoreboard. Ignore that.
I think it was
the real one's coming
in. Love it. We absolutely love it. It's all good, though. It's all good. It's keeping us on our toes. That's what we like to see. That last game, I want to talk about PWD's player, right? He was not in zone. Obviously, any guys went for the 7-through. He couldn't move, so he had to try and wait for that final player. He got the opportunity to get that final player, but he had to move in, and it was a smoke just to kind of edge his way in. Sometimes we see teams and players throw this kind of massive smoke wall all in one go and make a dart towards the zone. Not for PWD. He used every single smoke to try and expose as many more angles as he could. He got an opportunity to get a few knocks, but unfortunately for him, his smoke wall, as you say, did run out.
Yeah, it was a tough one for him. I mean, I think they still did fantastically well there, though, Mark, overall. Like you said, just edging the side of the smoke with the AWM. Good weapon for it as well, especially playing off the back of those emergency cover flares. But 18 points there for Mix, 13 for Winside. So it wasn't a massive, juicy game for any one team, because you can see here as we go down towards 8th place, even 8th place was managed to earn 5 points, and it's all fairly even across the board here for a lot of our squads. The real losers, though, here were any trolls in chat as well as Alash Order. Tough stuff to find yourself in. I think that they made a good roll up towards the compound, but it sort of fell apart a little bit there as they got stuck towards the compound underneath.
I think the problem, I think they played really well, even in the compound. I think the problem they had was that sort of feel in that sort of top side, and he obviously taking that north side of the compound, and that caused them problems. It didn't allow them to sort of flex out. And then obviously for the guys, they'd lined up freeside, and freeside just held them at bay. So yeah, look, I like it. Any choice in chat, they rolled the dice. They found safety in the compound. They were aggressive in that stance. And again, they've only had 1 point here, but it is the first game. It is a best of 5, so there are 4 more remaining. But I like that foot forward. That is an aggressive stance for that team.
It is, yeah. Jogo Benito as well coming through with the 4 kills, 0 placement points. I would expect nothing less from this squad. But Big John had a little bit of a struggle at the middling portion of that game. I think the most unfortunate thing to happen for Big John is XDD's play, which theoretically is the correct one to go for, right? They knew that PGG was playing over towards their west. They knew they were boxed in towards just their northwest as well. So what did they do? We've got to take the unknown approach, right? We've got to send towards the side of the map that we don't really know too much about and hope there's not many squads over there. And it completely caught Big John by surprise. I hate that I have to say that. Caught Big John by surprise, but it did. It absolutely did. And I think that it kind of ended in disaster after that. I think they did well to hold up, considering they were already battling off a team over towards that northern edge. But yeah, this is a nice turn up for Big John. And I think a lot of those issues where they were losing players slowly but surely as the game went on, that's been shored up. So happy for Michael there.
I think most of these teams, especially in this left side, will take that. That's a good point average. 5, 6, 6, 6, 7, 9. Like, I think that's a good point average for game number 1. Yes, they had the decision to make, and they obviously could play towards that north, was where they went, or they could have gone south. PGG potentially locking things up. But even after that, PGG didn't go much further than that point. I'd say that actually they was able to get a couple more kills. We saw T-Bone get one more with the blue zone. So, look, take it. 5.6 points in average. Obviously, over 5 is what you're looking for. Because you've got to remember, this is a 5-week series. They qualify on the Wednesday to try and get through on the Saturday. If they've got enough points on the board, then obviously they join in at the end of Saturday. So at the end of the day, we will lock things out. All the points will be tallied up and thrown onto the overall leaderboard, and they've got to do it all again the week after. So if they can keep those 5 points a game, that's going to give them enough points potentially to make sure they're at PEC4.
Yeah, which is why you are saying like this kind of an even leaderboard, right? Everyone's trying to get every single little point they can, because sometimes it has come down to like 1 or 2 points on that leaderboard, which was the cutoff area. So you just want to get whatever you can, which is why we're seeing a lot of scrappy PUBG towards those end games. Not to mention that it's kind of an awkward finish anyway. I think a lot of the areas that we thought to ourselves, hey, these are going to be good spots to play from. I mean, farm was a real critical area that XDD held, and I was like, oh, that's gonna be a great spot. Turned out to be really horrendous to escape, because it was the same thing that we talked about. It's very open around it. You can do a lot of damage as teams try to get in. Leaving, yeah, not so easy.
But I think that plays into sort of the new update, right? Normally we'd see farm be sort of the situation, and teams, and even earlier than that, a lot of teams playing up towards that high side on the east. The zone played back to the water again. It felt a bit of a ping pong as it bounced to the bottom side of the zone. Eventually ended in open terrain, very difficult. And I think a lot of the teams expelled the utility. Didn't see any really mortars playing in to make dips and crevices to try and go through. The compound would have hoovered up a lot of the utility, especially for wind side. So PWD, we saw him trying to cook multiple nades to try and get rid of the player. He didn't have the heavy utility. Yes, he had the smokes, but maybe a couple of grenades for him. We know he would have liked to have entrenched himself into an area that he could have maybe used the AWM to more effect. So I kind of like that end. It made these teams be a little bit more creative. Apocalyptus going down early, gave Windside the opportunity. They all swept around that side, but actually for Mix, they was able to hold and they played well.
Yeah, they did. I didn't have to do too much utility to do it either. I think they kind of just waited them out a little bit. It was cruel. It was very, very cruel. I think as soon as they lost PWD, they were bleeding a little bit, and then hope goes down, and you're in this very, very awkward scenario. So I think M1X, though, even from that early game, if we go way, way, way back, they were playing in quite slow. They had to play around any trolls in chat, AO, NE as well. Both these teams were kind of stuck in their way. No Slack were around there too, and they took this silent approach as they tried to ramp down on that western side and eventually set themselves up looking over towards farm, which I think was the correct choice and ended up being the thing that took PGG out. And PGG was going to be a big, formidable force if they were going to get free reign leaving out from those compounds. So yeah, well done to M1X. I genuinely think that for them, that was a impressive first game.
Yeah, they controlled that south side really, really well. And as you say, they stopped teams rotating around. They knew the fights they had to take one at a time. One of the fights, we're just waiting for the game to kick off, I want to talk about is free side. They were holding that compound, but they had a big opening. They were all split. They were all trying to hold multiple corners. They got drawn into that fight back towards that south side, and that gave that opening to any trolls in chat to sort of full send. So yes, a bit of timing on the side from them, but they did see the opening. They see the opportunity. Free side, though, able to survive that potential mistake, because if it went the other side and maybe we didn't see a team crash into the north, maybe any trolls in chat could have exposed a split that free side were trying to hold.
Again, it's one of those situations where if Maver doesn't perform like that either, things can go very south very quickly. So it's just some of these individual plays there. I think any trolls in chat, they had the right idea. Just the timing and so much where someone's on fire, right? It's hard to deal with someone like that. And then it was a lovely setup between Froggy and Maver dealing with the 2 players inside. Fuzzface, the M249. It's a decent weapon, but it's something you just want to let loose on over towards them. It's not the weapon you really want to be, you know, QE spamming around the door frame as someone who's running an AUG.
Yeah, and look, don't take anything away from Fuzz. The position he ran across, that pre-flash on the other side, he got the right thing. He went into the building. What he didn't factor in is Froggy being at the top and obviously seeing the tippy toes of Fuzzface. M249, yeah, it's a bit of a beast, but if he can't launch the bullets out, it really is. Basically,
a bit unwieldy. This is the great sword of PUBG. But we're going to be getting towards our next game very, very shortly over towards Miramar. We are just waiting on one player, but I do believe that we're starting regardless. Yeah, we're just going in.
He didn't pass security checks, mate. He's out. We're going in. Yeah. Like you got to make the plane. If you don't make the board in time, the plane gets underway. No messing around here on the Cups blank. We're going straight in. But you're right. It is going to be Miramar. It's a different terrain, different opportunities there. And as we know, some of these teams prefer this map, and especially from an esports point of view. So again, maybe they didn't make it up in the first. This might be the opportunity to kind of claw back some points in the second.
Yeah, maybe. I think for Miramar, it's a bit more of a slow approach to this one, where teams are going to have a lot more free reign to work with, and especially if we've already had this case of everyone's got their drop spots locked in and try and avoid some of these early rotations, try and get towards that end game. This is going to be a lot more fun for them because there's so much more area to play. Miramar also has just got more interesting overall but since the update, because you have a lot of these interesting areas on the map which become a lot easier to play if you can dig yourself in. Because I think beforehand there was quite a few bits of terrain which almost felt like death sentences, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking, you know, northeast of Picado, up towards the hills around La Cabreria. Some of these areas are just much nicer to play now that you can kind of dig yourself in a bit more. With the pickaxe, with nades, just be able to lay down a little bit and play a bit more safe. So yeah, I think Miramar has been a little bit more life breathed into it. Let's put it that way.
Well, the verticality, you're saying, that's what opened things up, right? Especially when we see if you play into that sort of southwest Death Valley, if you're at the top, great, you're fighting the other hill on the other side. People underneath you in the mountain, that's a whole different game. You deal with them later type of thing, right? And I think you see that a lot across this map. Obviously, then we add in our destructible terrain. So the trenches can be entrenched on this higher ground and it can be entrenched on the low ground as well. But again, it's about kind of weighing up what your advantages are at the time. It's actually some of the really best places I love in this map, especially in that sort of northeast corner, because we see high ground, we see low ground, we see these flat terrains, but we also have some of the urban, some of these sort of towns, as you say. El Hazard, one of my favorites, especially with those sort of hills around it. We get zones there.
Yeah, nasty.
That's really, really good, because sometimes people feel empowered to over peak these situations, especially in a TPP scenario, because they can see the person. They over peak. What they forget about is everybody else that's dotted up around them, and they get put back down.
Oh, they do. Again, Al-Zahar, I also do love this place in terms of a spot to drop in, a spot to have our circle end in. You have those moments where the guy up on the hilltops, they're absolutely dominating, they're owning. Circle moves away, and suddenly you've got about 15 angry faces looking towards you because you've been the absolute giver of punishment the entire game. So yeah, they want some revenge at that point. So Al-Zahar's always fun, but you're right, it's one of those situations now where it's a little bit easier potentially if you're underneath to kind of find an area to play, figure out how you want to work forward, especially when you're trying to get up towards those walls, when you're trying to get up towards those fences. You need those moments of respite where you can drop a smoke, drop a nade, and then just lie down for a little bit before you make that next secondary dash.
Yeah, and it will be making for the dash. We mentioned, obviously, we are missing one player. Kaz will be playing as a free. We're trying for the final player to load into lobby, and we'll get things underway, though, for match number 2. So we'll keep you updated and posted there. Do you want to go, obviously, reflection back onto sort of game number 1? I think a lot of teams were caught out on that north side, though, Blank, especially if we come back to a team like No Slack. That zone shifting down towards the south, that kind of Snake Road, and all those teams like Bosch, etc., are getting caught at the top, unable to kind of come off the high side. I think they need to be a bit more cautious, potentially play playing into that Miramar, because an early death for them as well might not be what they want. They need to make sure they get to late game, especially with no Slack. Expectations will be high. There are known entities, we said in the pre-show / podcast, that actually they can't be going down the leaderboard. They've got to get the kills, but they've also got to get the placements.
It's got to be done now. Yeah, we've said it before, but there's no guarantee you get into every single week here. I think for no Slack, I'd hope that they would be getting into every single week with the amount of tenure these players do have so far. But yeah, if there's a week where they go out, no Slack wants to have these big performances all the way through. And I don't think they had a particularly bad spot to play from. I think they were just north of mix, actually, that game. So I'm not sure exactly how or when they went down. I think there's a little bit more exciting things happening on the map at the time before we saw it. But when and in fact, we did see it. It was when they're coming out from the blue, right? Yeah.
That's it.
It was a good blue zone grenade, but yeah, I think the jammer pack completely saved their life there. Could have been very, very different versus Everlong.
Yeah, it's difficult because on that kind of that plateau, even after that, coming off of that, playing in towards that compound down to where we kind of sort of see where any trolls in chat were free side were positioned up, and eventually obviously for win where they positioned up with PWD. It's very difficult, and again I think it's all part and parcel. That zone didn't play into their favor and they're unable to chase it, unlike what we see from Big John, especially for Bosch. Yes, they lost the zone, but you could tell they had a game plan. They were opting for that south rotation. They did play for that north rotation. Yes, they didn't get as far as maybe they wanted to, but they would be more reactive to the zone play than what I saw from No Slack. No Slack got caught in the trenches, I felt.
Absolutely. I think for No Slack, it was an initial good push, right? I think it was past free side of all teams to do it, where they were able to leapfrog, and then they just stagnated from there. So that can't happen, because I think you do have a lot of these teams that go for that you have the one good leap in them, right? The first good leapfrog, and then you don't really move from there. And that's not what I want to see from No Slack. I think they could have been making new decisions shortly after that initial push, where like, well, we have the advantage here. Either we go play it out the edge, hold other teams out, and we don't let ourselves get into the situation where we're stagnating and we left outside the blue. So hopefully that doesn't happen this game, and they switch things up slightly.
Well, the expectation is that Miramar will give them the opportunity to maybe rotate around with all the dips and sand dunes to get around in towards the zone. We are just waiting for that final player to join, which I believe they're just joining now. Playing pop again for this one pretty easy. So again, should be an even split. The drop zones, we didn't see too much apart from the early engagement between that Zaki fight yesterday. I'd be surprised if we see that sort of level again. I wasn't quite sure whether it was a late play or a late game style, but for win, obviously, able to try and hold out for quite some time. For Skittles on the other side, it was catastrophic gameplay.
It was. I mean, they did drop in with just 3, right? So I can't really be too upset with them. Where you're already on tilt, right? You're already on tilt dropping with 3. But for Winside, hunting them down at the start of the game, it felt kind of cruel. They knew they were a 3, but you get the points where you can, don't you? You really do just get the points where you can. If that's an easy pickup, you go for it. And I think that for those lads, for Winside, it meant a lot to them. It actually ended up giving them a lot of space to play from, which gave them that second place at the end of the day. So there's a lot of things we can draw back from very early in that game to now. But I believe we're starting in approximately 3 seconds because I can see it.
Don't give it away. We build up slowly. We've got another 10 seconds before the plane touches that little dot. The observers won't let us in until they know 100%. But definitely worth noting, Team Kazakhstan is playing as a 3, and there we go. It is match number 2, and the flight path though is nice and easy. It's coming from the east up towards that northwest again, and it does go through the heart, the soul. It's going to be Mirror.
Yeah, we are completely going for the center of the map every single time.
You've jinxed it now. You've jinxed it now.
No, we will.
Here comes some chaos. Here comes some chaos later.
No, we will. I believe in it. I think that what I'm going to do later on tonight is I'm going to take all the plane powers, triangulate them, and then figure out where the hidden treasure is. On one particular map, I'm not sure yet, but I'll get the pickaxe out and I'll tell you later.
Oh, is that an update that's coming? The pickaxe, and you actually, instead of getting airdrops, you can find treasure based on Blank's treasure map. AWM is buried. A BRDM key hidden in the sand dunes, lost forever, but not with Blank. There's our teams pretty much all out. Obviously, there is a share with Lost Leonia Skittles getting involved in that, but there's a lot of train. AO and Grids going for a potential hot drop, especially around that Minister and the Island. So they both need to stay on that north side, but a massive split from Grid as they're on one side, and it looks like they've left Nidix behind.
Yeah, I mean,
oh, is that the treasure?
He's not made the cut. No. That might be okay. That might have been me. That was me with the spyglass out, actually looking for the treasure. Yeah, that was a FPP view. Army hearties. Yeah.
Like the Treasure Island. Is that what we're calling it now? We're not getting out of the zone, mate.
it could be Blank's Treasure Island. You never know. Treasure Tago. That could be a good one. Maybe we got to find it on Tago. I feel like Miramar probably is more of the place that you would find the treasure. Yeah,
100%. It's Blank's Treasure Island, mate. It's like a theme park. It's a rare circle. It's the one, mate. We've been sold
a rare circle. Well, if you actually look here, right, you can see we come from Cruise Divide, water treatment as a whole. There's actually a crossroads right there, and the cross usually marks the spot. So I think that there is, some treasure there. Potentially. I will be in game tonight. I'm gonna will this into existence.
You'll be trying to get your pickaxe through the road. Like, what is he actually doing?
Yeah, I'm doing some roadworks, actually. I mean, you need to back off.
Yeah, get some cones out. Love it. Yeah. Zone is mid, but it does go towards that north side. There is El Colorado. I think he's in chat, isn't he?
I don't know. I don't listen to that guy.
I can't unsee him wearing a Mexican wrestling mask now. I've got it. It's like ingrained into my mind.
Yeah, I've seen him in one, so... I'll send you that later.
Here comes the treasure. Here it comes.
That's the real treasure. Yeah, I'll keep that close for now. You know, that's a secret thing. Keep that between me and you guys. But we are heading over towards that northeast side. Free side already making a pretty quick dash over there, as per usual. It seems that that's their MO right now, and get towards the center of the circle as quickly as possible. And Gridlock, I'd say that not lucky per se, but this is the second time that they've managed to pick themselves up a very, very central position with relative ease. But where is Big John? Big John down towards Puerto Paraiso. They've got a bit of a long journey. Yeah, Skittles towards that northwest.
Stefani though. It's one! Oh my god, he gets him as well! He knows he's gone to 1 HP. Froggy leapt out and he leapt back into the pond. He's on the run, Cristani. He's looking for the treasure, but at the moment he's looking for safety.
Come on, get the spade out. That's what's got to be done. Loop on the side. Dino getting the bullets been sent in here. Sees him backing off. Nade in hand. Oh, come on. Send this one out quickly.
He's done.
Sends him away. Bounces to the edge. Oh, so curious whether Nade does the damage or not. But for Drago Benito, that's a good amount of kills at the start of the game.
So Freeside were on the other side of Gridlock. They raced them down to that compound. Gridlock on the run got there first. Freeside lurked like sharks in the water. Opted to then go for a secondary plan and arrived late again. Cristani already there and tucked him in like it was past their bedtime. Freeside have to go south, have to reset, but there's no hope really unless they leave those chips in open terrain.
Yeah, for Freeside... Oh, it is sad because they're not recouping any of their players going forward. They'll be playing on as one. Drago Benito up to 6 points so far off the 2 kills they're able to grab. And we're also back up to a full 4-man, which is great to see. So, again, wait, is that Drago Benito getting the first kill of the game? Second time in a row?
Maybe.
It's all coming together, the conspiracy theories.
Yeah, there's some consistency with these cups, and it's all around Drago Benito. Yeah. Let's see if they can hold on. For any trolls in chat, trying to get that connection. Can't over peak, and Headspace was being cautious. Monster is there on the other side, so the trap has happened. The question is, can he get to Fuzzface in time, or can Doffy's, who's now just jumped in the car, get airborne and pick up his boys? Marselek, though, maybe the more important job is to try and hold off the push from AO.
As much as possible. He's back in the US right now. Yeah, I was genuinely surprised on the repeats there from Fuzzface. I thought it wasn't totally necessary. I think he was maybe just trying to catch his attention for long enough. Tease him out with the low HP.
Screaming at Marselek to get the knock from the other side.
Yeah.
He's got the... Okay. Shoot him! He's seen the rotation around. Doffy, who was climbing for safety, gets caught. Not just one, but two. So they've not given him the full communication. The second car's coming around. So he's had to lay down. Doffy's has gone belly down. Marselek does get that long distance and puts one in the sand. Pomalovo finds the other. And it's all falling apart for AO.
Yeah, honestly, I love the play from AO, though. I love the vision. I saw it happening. Try and wrap around the side, knowing that one player is going to be slowly climbing the mountain and try and pick him up. But Marselek somehow finds the angle. Bombolivo, like you said, good backup there. Michael will leave Skittles RDD on the ground. Pilfer his body in the meantime.
Let's wait and see. Opting
Have
to
some of that.
Take the loot. PGG is style points now as they roll in towards the south side of the zone. Most of these teams pretty much are picking up, and I think both these games have been pretty aggressive early on. Box obviously very much on the south side. Skittles ahead of them. PWD not too far away.
I mean, down to 56 players at 7 minutes is pretty crazy, especially for a Miramar where there is a lot of space to be playing anyway. XTD, which is what to talk about, them are currently getting themselves up on a E pickup and try to send as central as possible. I mean, they could hit the northeast side. But I do think the Miramar's one of those maps where it's a little bit harder to analyze exactly what's going on underneath you in terms of where players are headed out towards. And this portion of the map is quite cluttered. So we're going to have to turn down all the settings to low here, Mark, to figure out what's going on.
Not low, I can say Skittles are going head-to-head with Winside yet again. Back-to-back games as we try and hold out.
I see you've got it knocking on your door there as well in the background.
Yeah, that's why I just had to go mute for him, mate. The ice cream man is on force, lads. It is. It is summertime.
It is crazy. I've got mine coming around 3 times a day. Which I think is a bit egregious, personally. But he must be making money off someone. Someone's getting 3 ice creams a day around here. That's an outrageous thing, though.
It's right outside my door. Come on, get out again. Get another one. Michael gets involved in the fight. Skittles lose 1. Quidditch does go down towards the zone. They're going to sweep in. The zone does collapse in. And for the guys in the EP, they do time it right. And they do go towards that sort of northeast corner. So well played from them. T-Bone now holding out on that south as Winside work in. Skittles trying to survive out as well. And Bosch trying to get involved as PGG rolling the zone. They roll straight into World of Pain.
Yeah, good luck getting a lot of damage on Zabilla. Immediately sends a nade around the wall there. Tries to bounce it off, but the geometry is just not quite on fleek for him. Everlong. You know what? I'll say Everlong has been a real treat to watch so far. I think coming from their past performances, it wasn't the craziest in the world. A lot of times they were sat down by a few other teams in the lobby, but there's been a lot of fights we've seen in the kill feed at least where they put up a good fight. So, yeah, well done.
Neelix, he put up a bit of a fight. That was to the wall. PGG able to capitalise. Joe Benito taking full advantage now as they are collapsing in. I think part and parcel of this zone coming back down this way. He's out on the outside edge, but they're able to farm some points. We know what Jogo Benito does best. Since he's down. And actually for Sloy, he's taken on Everlong.
Sloy's doing his best. Presenti will get taken down by Americanek. I'm just going to call this guy American from now on. I'm never going to say what I just said ever again. I'm sorry, guys. Slide Jacket. Should heal through the blue zone fairly effectively at this point of the game. Only 10 minutes in. Gets the second first aid kit off. A little bit of a bouncer. Looks for the shot. It's good damage. Oh my god, doesn't go down though. After the repeat on it. In comes a motorbike as well. It's all getting a little bit hectic on side, but This is typical Jogger Benito. They're just going to slam their heads against him. And Slavin will find him in the end. Slow Jacket goes down. PGG is out. And we are looking at that slow start once again here, Mark.
Yeah, I don't really say. Unfortunately, he's going to be down here, right? That's a slow start from PGG. I've got points on the board. So I just can't get out sort of the mud early game. Joe Benito will have an option to potentially go towards that sort of south side, maybe go for a recall if they want to. It's a bit of a risk, it's a bit of a gamble. We know, and they know, there is a team holding them out at the moment if they do want to go outside, which is Everlong. For now, XCD, they've just put up another emergency pickup. They don't like walking, they don't like driving. These guys fly everywhere.
I know. I've been getting the second one.
They're going to need it though. Fair play. They know more than I do.
They do. They've seen the future, man. Fair enough to them. We're locking in on Blank's big treasure right here. So I'm gonna need everyone not to go find that. I do need that to stay clear for the time being. I might have to get those traffic cones out at this rate. Players are getting a little bit too close. So yeah. Anyway, for XDDD, they're going to be jumping over the top here, pulling out the metal detectors mid-air for optimum coverage as they head towards the center of the zone. It's a bit rough, though, with the fields over towards that western side, and you do have that roadside, which is fairly open as well, Mark. So I'm not a huge fan. This circle in particular is going to see a lot of edge play right now. Any trolls in chat currently playing fairly split against one another. 2 players on that north side, 2 players down towards the south dealing with the players from Everlong, but they have the high ground advantage.
You have the high ground advantage. Everlong obviously have been trying to play in the sort of south side here. Any trolls in chat coming in, XD take to the sky, and they'll be looking to try and entrench themselves here. Everlong will be delayed, but for Big John, they are coming on the south. They are running their way in. They will get involved in this pretty quickly. And Bomalovo gets an opening. Gliptos gets a knock. And for our game number 1 winners, we find safety. Well, for now, they are centre zone.
I'm surprised that XDD didn't have a much more tumultuous landing. I mean, he took a couple of knocks, but looking to get their third back up again. Very surprising. AO finally goes down to Fuzzface. That has been a long-standing fight during this match. But I think the main thing I'm looking at right now is Mix. They are right towards the center, looking to go for the second here. Not a bad position to play either, with, I would say, probably the best prospects going forward in the next 5 minutes at least.
Oh, there's the treasure. There it is.
There it is.
Not too far. It's Blank's magic mine. Find the treasure inside.
Get out of my magic mine right now. That's actually a photo of me right in the middle. Oh, took that 150 years ago.
It does give him an option to play here. That's maybe why they sort of took the EP down. I actually really like ATC's position. Any trust in chat, obviously holding. They can extend as well, especially if it bounces back towards the north. No Slack doing what they do best, and that's holding also an edge. And for Bosch, where they have entered in towards the zone on that south side, they find themselves a lurking player for Everlong. So they will be happy, and for them, they should be able to put some loot in the car. And whilst he's coming back, we'll give him a bit of a reset.
Blovo down towards Everlong. This has been going on for a little while now, but this is more about keeping them. Oh dear me, keeping them at bay level. What a nice airburst as well. Any trolls in chat moving up? The blue zone grenade should do the trick though. But yeah, American with the explosives. Lovely stuff.
What a play. They heard him. They saw him coming. It's my treasure. Hold it out. Once they're unable to get there, Fuzzface got the information, but he's on the edge of zone, so he just has to think about how he comes in. For Winside, on the map, we can see they have PWD has gone for a recall. He has done that with Skittles also playing into the same location, so I'm intrigued to see where they sort of try and play it. Because see that there is Skittles coming on that south side of zone. PWD is right behind that timer. And for Bosch, they go for a split and they find themselves now in the forward zone. Oh, he did get it done.
The story down, trying to line up the vehicles, but the way that exploded moved out of the way and they don't really have much cover to work with. Tries to get himself deep in towards the hay here, looking like a needle. It's the best he can do. Kristalny started things off fantastically well and just keeps on blasting. And here's No Slack. Again, We wanted to see more out of this team. They're currently playing on that northern side, looking to sweep downwards, but we are heading over towards the fields on the western edge. 6-7 coming through from Hacienda. This is rough now. We are right at the crossroads. There's not a lot of places to play for a lot of these squads. Oh, that's a cruel blue zone to drop on yourself.
That was a, if you're coming to get me, I'm taking you with me. I have a jammer pack and I can crawl out. And for Bosch, well, it was lights out for them. Looking for the reinforcements, but it looks like Marslek able to find himself a 3 point. And claim that as a victory. And he told him out now, they've got a difficult, I suppose, entry point as they will sort of escape the side of this southwest hill mountain. The calm will allow these teams to look in, and for Jog Benita, they are setting up a mortar as well, so they might be able to go offensive with that one, or more importantly, dig themselves into a late game.
Neat. The mortar setting up high. Looks like it's heading over towards
blue
mix here. Bit short though. Bit short. Rangefinder. Don't think it would hit him anyway. This is such a nice little compound to hold as well. The mix. Very, very unlikely they're going to be leaving this anytime soon. Good defense from the eastern side as well. Drop the E pickup as well. Prevent anyone else from using it at this stage of the game. On top of the buildings. I think that would probably be a decent play over towards them. Nice shot. Nice nade there coming through from Marsalek.
6 kills. This salvation game for them. Massive salvation. Apart from game number 1. Once that pre-fire comes through, he does get the connection, so one will fall down. XED though has to try and back up using the smokes to their advantage. And again, for any trolls in chat, they're using the utility to kind of etch these smokes.
Mate, you're right. This has been a very, very nice little salvage game for them. Marsalek
Run!
Doing some good work. I mean, that the man's got balls. I'll give him that. For standing there and hearing that and didn't even look up at all. And that was amazing.
It's fuzz face
that was
aura,
amazing.
Mate. It's fuzz face aura. When you know, mate. He deflects. That mortar was coming straight to him, and he was like, "No, mate, that's not happening, mate. Send it away. Yeah, that's not happening on me." They're still going to chase zone now. It plays across towards that west side, forcing No Slack now to make a commitment. Rotation round from them will go on towards the west. Free side has entry point. 6-7 now has to try and defend, and it's a full pull up here. No Slack. Woohoo! IXE. That is a Tony Hawk Pro move.
I mean, 500 times 4 multiplier. Good to see. Now I just need some kills on the board. That's all. And No Slack currently up with 2 at the moment. Any trolls in the chat? Start to move out. Rock up just on this edge here. Play alongside with the tractor. A little bit of self-team damage there, which is a bit unfortunate. Mix right on the edge, though. And we are directly in the field. Somehow, 6-7 looks fantastic from where they're currently playing. But No Slack has this lovely bit of high ground to work with. They kind of analyze the terrain in front of them, see how they want to play things out.
Yeah, obviously they had the nade come over, so they had to try and react. But again, different approach, right? They've taken their time. They've chipped away at the zone. They've chipped away at the teams in front of them. Now they find themselves on the south side, trying to set the stall up for the late game. Mix obviously in the compound. Kazakhstan obviously playing with 3, but kept out of danger pretty early on. They find themselves now just sort of working their way in on this sort of northeast side of zone. Any compound, No Slack full rotation. It's going to be a massive way up. Free side has to go for the defense. They do find Doffys is down, but for space again, they're sort of chipping away. This methodical approach for any trolls in chat is huge, and now they're on 9 kills.
This is really big. I mean, Marsalek, honestly, has played this game fantastically well. I think even just from the early game, with a save over towards his teammate over on Fuzzface, into a really insane pickup as he wrapped back around the side and caught the players trying to catch Duffy off guard. It's been a wonderful game from Marsalek. Actually, a wonderful game. a lot of really clutch moments coming through for him. Mortar up on high, heads over towards No Slack, and it's directly on top of IXE's noggin.
Great grenade coming in from any shots in chat. He's getting towed. Oh, and nearly getting stolen. If they found that, they know exactly who they're fighting in front of them. They have a great idea. Here comes the second one coming through. Does get the confirmation, but does get some more trench cover. IXE, though, all he can do is sit, wait, and feed information as No Slack disengaged. They go towards the trench a little bit further towards the northwest.
Yeah, it would have been really big news there from any trolls in the chat too.
They've got a guy. They might as well play for it, right?
Yeah, they have to do something. I mean, you probably wrap round over towards Jogger Benito at this point in time and then try and hold out over towards Mix, maybe.
I'd go the other way. What's stopping any trolls in chat trying playing towards No Slack? Maybe the advantage they can get the kill, but there's a little dip underneath. There's a crest. If they go around the adjacent side, they've got to go through Jogger Benito. They know someone will be in the compound, but they've got to move first as well. Jogger Benito can wait the team out the south of them. They will be able to hold out any trolls in chat. So it's up to them to make the game plan.
Yeah, I'm just thinking for any trolls in chat in terms of the kills potential here for them. Looks like Fuzzface is moving over towards and sniffing out towards Jogger Benito. And if they're able to hold out Mix, it's just like it's decent for the points count. I think this game is incredibly hard to win. Any trolls in chat just off the marker there for him, sadly, but Marselek does get up. There's a player directly next to him. Another nade goes through. The damage is done on the backline. Immediate smoke goes down, but the shots from the side from No Slack as Scav hits on Doffy, desperately healing up here as a blue zone grenade is creating carnage. Dear me.
Difficult. No matter which way they go, it's very, very difficult. Marselek, though, have to try and survive this one out. One more kill for them would be huge, but it's not going to come. It is going to be a 10+ point game for them as they get the opportunity with the placement points, but hands down and falling 6. They go early, 6-7, holding out here for some time. They've entrenched, engulfed themselves, though, in what they can do. And now they can pick up the kills. Macintosh gets found. They've got the confirmation. And unfortunately, him, bodies are in front. They're going for the steal. Knicks go for a full send on the other side. And NE exposed, but have the hard cover.
Ton of damage done though on the approach here for Mix, all incredibly slow, and honestly for this completely cuts the momentum out as nades start to be swung around the side. Kovalevi taken down by I Am Hung. Fragarak also finds some good shots in the meantime. Another stun grenade out. That is a disgusting airburster over towards Mr. Hawk himself.
Oh,
and
post that in my letterbox. See you later. Mix will fall down. 5th place for them. We do go for a top 4. Jogger Benito now obviously clearing their space. They can now charge their way forward. We do have utility in hand. 6-7 gets reminded there are more teams in the south. What has happened actually comes from the other side. So let's give opportunity now for Jogger Benito.
Stalny. Stun grenade in over towards 6-7. Starts to move up. Gets around the side. Disorientate for the time being. Will jump over the Molotov, but through the fire and the flames, it's not looking great here. Slavin will go down the backside. First aid kit in. Give him another. Cook him on the barbecue.
He's cooked. Valeri does find Slavin. The zone sort of giving up the compound, giving up the safety. We're going to maybe see that. Starting makes the charge forward as he always does. There's 1, there's 2, and now they're trying to rack those kills up. 7, they might be entrenched, but not for much longer. And Blue Zone doesn't quite get into the corner. And for Jogger Benito, I think there'll be a big question mark exactly where this final player is.
As that goes in, but good shots here coming through once again. Jogger Benito cutting through the competition. Now we're down to NE and No Slack. No Slack's done a really good job. It's been a tough game for them. Not easy pushes. I like the little swing out towards the side.
He's found your treasure. He's been digging. There we go. There is Blank's magic treasure.
That's not cool, man. That's not cool. You can't be taking another man's treasure. Everyone knows that's wrong.
You know it's wrong. Sata, no, it doesn't matter. He's lining the shots up. He's getting the information. The question is, can the rest of the team get in? It is phase 7, so we've got a few more. But it is a dark, open terrain. There's some util to be had. Beverly has 3 grenades. They can have an impact to entrench, I suppose, a forward push. It's going to come down to timing, though. Ennie's already extended out, and they're trying to keep Jogger Benito at bay.
Funnily enough, my treasure is doing a good job at giving him a little bit of cover to work with. Like, he peek his head all the way up there. Get some information across over towards Jogger Benito and he moves over towards the side.
Hawk's left zone behind. He's gone back for something critical to maybe make late game. Maybe he's found the mortars. He could use the mortar to find a nice hole.
Yeah, I mean, Mihawk just needs some protection, man.
Yeah. Jogger Benito, 11 kills. Now got eyes on, No Slack. I don't know. Second guesses those shots and receives a face for the 5.56. The Scav, well, he makes a dart and just about gets in.
That was awkward. Shimmies his way up towards the ditch here. It's a slow end game for sure. Noslak kind of banking off this next circle, pulling away from any compound that's still in play. And more esports, like the thing for them that this little tractor is giving them so much to work with, as well as the compound over towards that north side. That is the perfect circle that Noslak was looking for. It moves out of Jogo Bonito's compound and pulls frag from that north side as well. So NE is forced to move out into the open. I think it also pulls them off from the tractor. So I'll have to move over towards Hung.
He's in such a good position. He's set himself up. He knows Jogo Bonito are going to be lined up. He has pans up in his back pocket.
There's no Slack have any smoke stuff, because if they've got some smokes, they could maybe play up over towards the loot crate. They'd have to deal with Jogo Bonito first, though, because that loot crate is in complete view. The guys in Jogo Bonito. With NE's man advantage, they just have a lot of angles to play around. Surprised they still have a vehicle at this stage of the game.
Problem they've got now is that vehicle is poking out a couple of shots that will send it good night. That will cause them some problems, but it is going to go back. They haven't got the smokes, and now they're panicking. The smoke behind them will give them enough. It's going to roll backwards, and they take the opportunity, and it backflips over. So still providing the cover. Stavino gets hawked down with a short-range mortar fire. That's not good for them. Giving Jogo Bonito the opportunity and opening, knowing that they can expose this position.
Smoke down. Still has them available here right now. Can't imagine there's many more mortars left remaining. M79 dropping some smokes in front of them. Gonna walk out with this. They have really put a lot of bank in towards these smokes at the moment. There's a quick swing out to the side. This little bit of treasure has been wonderful for them. Crawls past the Molotov, prevents any stray shots coming their way. It is a good nade. Goes a little bit far. This man is on minus HP, but is still alive. Second nade should do the trick.
Insane play. Yeah, and again, frag IQ.
Good.
Playing out, knowing that was going to cause the damage, forcing himself into the middle. He's going to take the opportunity now to get some more cover in. He's put his hands in the cookie jar, and he's found himself some more loot, and that will come down. Giving the opportunity now to sort of step towards Jogo Bonito. Sata now tries to hold up. Cristiano's got to move, and get with the blue zone from them. They're able to reposition these shields. Dig.
It has to push him forward. Yeah, and you absolutely do need to get dug in here. More smokes drop down. Double blue zone forced them out from that area. Jogo Bonito pushed forward off the back of this. Frag's not getting back up again. He's completely flushed out here. 3 versus 3 versus 3. He's going down to the Y here, Mark. Sata. Oh my god, big stun grenade.
Sneak into it, Sata. Over there he finds Slavin on the adjacent side. Here comes the Panzer straight out. Doesn't do the damage. The tank tractor holds. Hold firm as well. 3 versus 3 versus 2. And he got to be careful. Sata, as the smoke dissipates, he's gone belly down. He's going to try and wait for this one. And it feels like they're bouncing backwards and forwards. Sata stands up. Oh, he seems to put the shield up in time. But he has to go around the other side. There's players to his right, but it's just in the smoke. Oh my god!
Good damage though. Great damage coming through from Sata. Scav goes down. It's all to Kovalevi. Down into a 1v2 right now. NE forward. He has to push out, but NE will clean it out. All down to that. But despite everything, Noxlack's able to pick up a lot of kills on that game, as is Jogo Bonito, as is NE. 3 big profiteers here, getting a bit of the gold out of Blank's magic treasure.
Blank's magic treasure. That's where we found the tubes. Good game. Technical ending. Really technical ending, right? Open terrain, open field. Different game styles. Jogo Bonito played the smoke, they played the aggressor, and they worked their way in. Obviously, that can play both ways. Sata could have caused some major damage to them, but they tried it out. For no slack, obviously, they had the opportunity. They had Blank's magic treasure. They didn't get him the win. NE had the compound, had the height, and how the hell did Hung get all the way up in the face of the guys from Jogo Bonito? Really good play from him to cross the field and actually get there safe.
Yeah, it was really, really good stuff. I think what I was most impressed about, honestly, was the decision-making coming through from Sata in those final moments, because he had the full lineup over towards Jogo Bonito, but I think he understood there that I need to take shots over towards Eddie here. I've got to open up an end game here where the rest of my teammates can win this. Jogo Bonito, they're out in the blue. They're 100% gone. So I did really like that. That's a tough call to make in the moment, in the thick of things, where you're like, I could get shot from the side here, but instead he empties the entire mag over towards Eni. Could have changed things up. Sadly, is not meant to be. So we get the 21, 16, and the 14. It definitely does drop off from there.
Yeah, it does drop off. Obviously, any claiming, especially that height advantage in that flat terrain at the end, claiming the points and claiming the kills. 11 kills going their way. There you get the win to a bag of 21 points. Jogo Bonito, though, despite not getting the maximum amount of placement points they could get, they put themselves 11 kills in that. And as a result, we'll just wait for that. We might ping back as we wait for the tally up, though, for the total leaderboard. But yeah, for Jogo Bonito, really, really strong. Thank you very much. There are magic wand, and there we go. 30 points on the board for Enisa, because this is over 2. And for Mix, good play. They hold on. Jogo Bonito skyrocket that leaderboard really well.
Yeah, 20 points here, but again, it's much the same. 5 placement points to their 15 kills over on side. Mix basically running off the back of that first game today over on Erangel, but I would say that Eni so far been pretty decently consistent. 30 points total at the moment. But sort of what we expected, at least on the top 8 for now. I mean, Big John's there, any trolls in chat, Winside, No Snack, Jogo Bonito, all teams that we talked about in the pre-show or the podcast, however when you want to look at it. But again, I think for Everlong, this is a team that I was dead in the water a lot last time around. They have a lot more bite to them, so very, very proud to see that. Looks like that they have been grinding very hard in the off season to come back swinging. Yes, they've got 0 placement points, but come on, I would much rather a team was getting kills than placement points, especially when you're trying to improve.
It's about that improving. AO, I think game of 1 set the stall up pretty well. Looked good. I think they got caught up in a fight, and talk about improvement. Any trolls in chat, the difference night and day. Game 1 and game 2. As I said, for me, that play into the compound on free side for game 1 obviously was the right play for them. They were unable to convert, and I think, as I say, I do think it was that that re-crashing to the north side of them, taking the compound away caused some problems, forcing them into free side. This one, though, completely different. They took the early aggression. Yes, there was a little bit of a question around Fuzzface over peaking. Mastec does eventually get the conversion, but when they played off that southeast hill and they swept their way down, they had a lot of decisions to make. And actually, for any trolls in chat, they took every fight at maximum pace, and actually they got themselves a huge amount of kills from that second game.
Yeah, they did. I think so far it's been very cool to watch, but it has been super aggressive though, Mark. It's been very, very aggressive. I think that's the main thing that I've been noticing alongside yourself, obviously. But it's just not what I expected almost from these matches. But teams are super hungry for those points, trying to get them where they can in the early game, where there's not a massive amount of opportunity at that third party. So if you can take that 4v4, you're confident to win that 4v4, why not? I'm glad to announce that we are immediately into our next game. At least the players are loaded in so far. We're going to give them a little bit of a moment to get our final 64th player in the lobby. But I do see the map. We'll take the map. I think we're 63 again. I think Kaz is 3 all day. Look, let's go back to the point though, because I do think it is valid, and I think this is part of this format, right? You sign yourself up for the scrims, you go through the qualifications, you get yourself in a top 16, you get to the end of the week and you play this, right? 5 maps. So why not be really aggressive? Why not play hyper aggressive for the final week? And I think that's what we see, and we saw it last time actually in the cups for the spring. So I suppose for me, it's really good to see these teams are trying to throw everything they can to get as many amounts of points, because remember, at the end of the day, we draw a line on the leaderboard and we throw it up to the master leaderboard, and then we let that settle for another week. We're adding these teams that come back, will add more onto that leaderboard every single time. We're just setting it to the side. We're like letting it rise like bread, you know. You got to give it time, dude. We'll get it in the oven by week 4. We're a very inefficient bakery here with the Mark Power and Blank show, but you know we get that bread to you eventually, and that will come after week 5 in PEC. You can take a big bite down onto it. But yeah, we're heading over towards our next map very, very shortly. I am happy to announce that it's fairly central. It's not quite through the heart and soul.
That's close enough.
It's close enough. It's close enough.
It's just a smaller map.
It's grazing it. It's grazing it. Yeah. It's a flesh wound to the heart and soul.
Yeah. The only difference is it's going the other way. We're going to be coming in from a west to an east. But yeah, look. Tego's going to bring a different bag. We've seen aggression already from Oranga. We've seen aggression from Miramar. Those are the maps we don't, I suppose, always see that level of aggression, especially Miramar. But yeah, again, a couple of minutes in, and we saw teams going down. We saw players, though, getting dispatched from the lobby. Tego's another beast. We see, again, level of aggression maybe tenfold. But actually, it's the rotations that I think we get caught out. A lot of these teams rotating their way around. Depends on the zone. Depends on how far we go from that flight path. Might force these players, if they commit to that sort of northwest corner and have to play down, they might get caught, and it's those rotations that we see those kills happen.
Yeah, I think for over towards this map in particular, there's quite a few positions on the map where on Tego you can get these catch-offs, so especially towards the bridges. I mean, there was some new additions in there. I'd say new, it's been there quite a long time, where you can play underneath or over towards that top side. There's a lot of opportunity here, but so many teams know each other's rotational paths that I think Tego's one of those maps where I think people will get bullied on it when they're trying to make these rotate. Some teams that have been playing for a long time, or players that generally know what they're doing, are going to lock out some squads going into this one. But you need to do that. You need to get those points on board early on, and you need to set yourself up for the entirety of the 5 weeks, just in case you don't make it into one of them. So yeah, I think some of these teams are fighting very hard at the moment. I'd say NE is doing really well so far off the back of those 2 games, but I am still most excited to keep watching Mix, because I think that from where they've played, how they've set things up, even last game, setting up the E pickup during, I think it was like stage 5, to prevent anyone else from getting theirs and dropping on top of their buildings. That was a really smart maneuver. So they're thinking ahead all the time.
Yeah, and their positioning has been key. That's why they convert again. On one hand, able to convert game 2, but they got some points out of it as well. So the synergy is there. Don't be, I suppose, deceived by, should we say, the title, the mix. I'd be interested to see, obviously, where these teams go. We know the water is going to play a big factor because that river going through the middle, and how hard the zone is going to shift. Everyone is loaded up. We'll just get ready now for Blank, because it is going to be time for game number 3.
It is time for game number 3. I think. Checking the old logs. The logs look good. And we're going in. There's the plane. It's off in the distance. We're coming through. Heading over towards Tego. As you can see, it is a flesh wound through the heart and soul. You know, we do graze it. It's a fairly decent one. Get yourself over towards Godok as well as Wolsong, easy enough. And we are just going over the top of the swamp. A lot of teams tend to like line up against this eastern side, though, I find. Yeah,
look, obviously there's the mass of those compounds. Buksang, Ohang, obviously go out towards the airfield. Gangneung Terminal, all major compounds to get loot from as well, especially if you're, I suppose, a team which likes to land together. Some of the other teams will like to spread out and take areas, mainly more fixated around cars, and I suppose ensuring that everyone's got a vehicle to work their way out. No slack though on a split, but that split has been exposed. One of the AO players though getting caught out. So Scav might be trying to hunt his way down, because it looks like it's 2 from no slack versus 1 from AO, and oh my god, you don't want to divert your way to the water. Not at all. I mean, for no slack being on either side here is a bit odd, but you're right. Zevsky, he is in a tough situation, and it is actually being fully diverted into the rest of no slack here. He hasn't got a gun. He knows. He's waiting. He assumed that he might pick up a gun, and he knows it's not the case, but he's been called back. He's been summoned back to prison. As the escapees from the steal of the car. He's taken his car. He's able to park his car right in the middle. And for AO, lucky enough, he's found a boat. As the boatation will take effect, he needs to be really cautious he doesn't get caught.
He's doing tricks on him, though. He is doing tricks on him right now.
I don't know how he's going to survive.
Zero damage. I imagine the boat's looking a little bit worse for wear, but this guy is snaking through. Might make his way up the river. They're chasing him, though. They want this kill.
North and south. They're chasing him north and south. They are hunting him down. I think they need to make sure they keep players in the south. We've seen the car going over, so I think he's going to come in towards that south side. So the only chance he's going to potentially get if he can get around the corner at the end. But for now, no slack. A team which is not known for aggression early on is now hunting down a boatation.
Yeah, looking for Fozevsky, I mean, he's only got so many options, and he is getting mega far away from the rest of his team. So even if he does get out of there or goes down, there's no way they're getting him back up again. They are hunting him like dogs, and the dogs are hungry. I'm not sure. Are they just going to chase him to the end of the earth on this?
Take him to Nani, mate. Where does he go? Does he turn and go down the little river, or does he go all the way to Shipyard? I suppose Shipyard's the safest place.
I think he's going to swing all the way north side of the map past Army Base.
He went after fuel. He went after fuel for that. That's the problem. The observers are watching him going, where is he going? For me, the logic will be going for Shipyard. So is he going to try and swing right here? When does he swing right? The guys should drive over the bridge and close him out, but they're not. They've actually picked up on the adjacent side. So does he feel like he's safe here? This would be a mistake, I feel. It's just one shot. Are they there? Are they waiting? Did they disengage? He's found safety. He's found safety, but he's on his own.
I mean, Scout's the only one still playing in. He's waiting on the western side of this. You can see here as observers move across towards him. Final player. And I think the no slack is just going to let him off. They're going to let him off. I'm going to try and escort him to prison, but sent himself off to Shipyard, managed to get himself on a boat and get out of there.
He needs to loot now, though. Has to loot. Yeah. He opted to go, actually, do you know what? He's going to come down this sort of army base side and I'll catch him there, but it wasn't going to be the case. Skittles again getting involved in fight, and Jogger Benito, he once again lighting up the kill feed early on, going over towards the top. Cristani, again, one of the kind of key sneaky players for Jogger Benito. Has to turn back, get that confirmation, denies the opportunity for any information being given.
Stalny, once again, finds himself the first kill of the game. Goes over to Jogger Benito. So we're making a trend out of it. Ship it. Make it happen. XTD will go down next. And Napets will lose to the story. Makes that the 10th kill so far. Still 0 placement points. So hoping to find a little bit further a purchase into this game. But they are fairly central over on the western side of this one. Just sitting towards those fields.
I won't see. Have a long. We'll take the opportunity to have a quick loot. They're going to find themselves sort of this top side. A lot more teams go playing into that mid to down towards that kind of south to southeast corner. Buxung Sara will be an interesting point, especially if it plays back to the southeast. Inside is north of that. Any trolls in chat on the other side that are playing in, they're coming in that sort of southwest corner, taking one of the compounds. There is lots of elevation this side, kind of where we saw Jogger Benito. Really sort of telltale sign. Actually, teams that play on the top of the hills, the crest, they'll be able to farm a lot of information. The downside is though blank is they will receive a lot of damage. People will know exactly where they are and actually potentially take pop shots. And how much can those sort of weather the storm? How much of the vests going to be keeping alive and the helmets coming to late game?
They actually regrouped, by the way, over on the northern edge. Nice to see. Reinforcements are in. Yeah. Gonna be a little bit of a journey for them. Jogger Benito wrap themselves down here. PGG really are slowing things down massively. I think that Aaron goal looked good for them. They got a little bit unlucky there, and then since then they just haven't gone for this maneuver towards the center since. Ooh, some extra loot here for Jogger Benito.
Of all teams that need extra loot early game, right?
MG3 as well. Gorgeous.
They are just going to chase people down now. That's the problem.
Of course they will. I mean, it's Joga Bonito. You got MG3. You stick that out the side of a US. You're good to go. You got the mounted turret.
Without a P90 we saw now with PGG, so they're picking up as much loot as they can. They're going to rotate their way in as well. All teams, I suppose, taking a cautious approach. It's that, again, it's those rotations you get picked up here, but it's going to be those late game 6-7 on the west side, coming in by Fishing Camp. They'll hold PGG on the southwest side. Kazakhstan stores a 3. They play on the south. Again, pretty much clear. Big teams spread out and taking the compound or taking some space. Everyone waiting for this phase number 2.
Yeah, it's massively slowed down now. A lot of teams already finding a position to play in. Quite happy. It's fairly consistently away from the northwest side as well. So I think most teams realize it's likely going to end around these fielded areas or over towards the hillsides and the ridges on that eastern edge. But a lot of buildings still to play around with. A lot of space to work with too. Skills looking for their first good game of the day right now as Apocalyptos does go down to Zabilla on the M249 PGG. Actually are making a run for it this time around, which is good. And Mix losing a player early on is quite unfortunate, honestly, considering we were singing their praises earlier.
He's got caught out, didn't he? He got caught out. Apocalyptos, though. Big player to lose. He was that kind of scout on that hill, on that sort of south side. Expectations, maybe people coming in towards the town of Hosan. The zone shifts back down. Let's go towards holding to Buxansar on the south here. Bosch will hold as well. Kaz with, I suppose, 3. Kazan will go for a bit more of a send. Any trolls in chat in the middle. They've got to be careful. Malobo on the hold. And he has to try and hold a potential combat here as Doffy's looks to collapse on in. But for Team Kazakhstan, I think they're going for a full crash. And it's one player for ATC. Run.
Unbelievable.
Run.
Lucky to make the great escape. Gets towards that top side, which is nice to see. And the circle moves far down towards that south edge. So no slack, maybe kicking themselves a little bit for chasing so far on AO, who now has the freest of rotates down towards Buxansar.
Again, you're right. They just get complete free rotation in. Windside went north. They hold the compound on the road. Good compound to hold, but they are on a split. Bosch going to be on a split as well. ATC giving up their compound. Team Kazakhstan, as you saw, just sort of bullying them away from that one, not to know who it was. So maybe the right play for them. You see them kind of ego hold on ego peak sometimes, and it's not the case now. Definitely centralized zone playing for a win. Red zone in the north. AO to arrive in, and for Buxansar, completely open, completely free for them.
This is awkward. You're right, though. The red zone, no slack's going to have to go straight through it. It might get unlucky. Nedex with the M24 over towards Insight on Skittles. Thought about Skittles wanting to get a little bit further into this game, but currently have been shut down with a headshot. RDD. Oh, your car's rolling in, mate. The handbrake on first.
So I don't have handbrakes in France today. Nedex doesn't know what that device means. Yes, let's see it roll. As provide the cover grenade will launch. Nedex back in the car and he's clipping every tree that he can, trying to find that body that he just delivered to the grounds. But now he finds a potential nade. He bounces off the body into the shack. Car gets sent away. Nedex now to try and hold, but he has to find information quickly. So the car comes swinging back. Not just one, not two, but there's 3, and the third time is the charm.
Nedex, he's down. Another nade goes down the backside, trying to keep Nedex alive. Well run goes down to RDD. With Insight getting a nice nade across. Gridlock suffering now, looking to find a little bit of support, but it's Cristalni of all teams to rock up behind. Joga Bonito is here. I can't believe he's still peeking on this after taking that much damage, but he wants to kill him. He wants it bad.
He's like, this is mine. Cristalni does find it. And for Gridlock, the aggressor, they get shunned away. A bit like the zone as it shuns its way down towards the south. ATC Store finds himself in the middle. And Team Kazakhstan obviously has a 3. They just extend out, but now they extend back. There's no slack. Look to thread the needle as they go round Mix and they go round XDD.
XDD. Like you say, in front of them at the moment. Taking a lot of shots though as Scav is in the back lines. Healing back up. Gets the knock over towards Kaxa. They have just abandoned him though. They have just abandoned him.
What if they took his car out?
I think he is in one. He's looking to wrap back around towards the western side. Maybe leaving Jogo Benito some scraps there.
He's damage done, right? He got the kill, he got the heal, and yeah, if his car's still mobile, you're right. On the map feed, he is back rolling. Like they turned around for a bit of teamwork, but not be the case. Winside, they collapsed their 2 split on the compounds. They went for the higher ground. They know the rotation is going to come in by Buxang Sa in the north. They find an opening and their first point on the board.
GG looking down towards the other side. This wrap fired over towards the southwest. What a shot from Slow Jacket as AXE moves up.
Just give him those last
hit that actually. Yeah, it was good. Do it again.
Perform. Sloy looking to try and do it again, but it's a full charge, but it's a full charge into 556. Looks for the second, has to touch back in though. He finds the third. Oh my god, Sloy Jacket unmoved from the roof. And for no slack, they get brushed aside this time.
Goodness me. That was the full metal Sloy Jacket there. Good stuff from him. Managed to make it work. No slack, can't get anything done. I actually really like the rotate from no slack as well, but Sloy was having none of it.
I like that you asked him to perform and he did. He knew.
I know.
Treasure.
More kills, please.
He's done it. Let's see what they can try and hold out. AO, unfortunately, being held out by Winside. They've obviously got a point on the board themselves. They find themselves now on 1. And they might find themselves on 2. They do. Quick kill and confirm. Marselek, though, does get 1 in the kill feed. Unconfirmed, though, from that grenade. So AO, again, being held out. They're applying pressure where pressure is needed. And for Winside, though, they're falling apart the seams slightly.
That's a lot of different colours going on the top there, over towards XTDD.
He's got him with the molly.
Yeah, they are
on fire. He's burning.
Suffering. Good shots from Marselek. He's burning as well. Looks around the side. The rest of the team's on point. And that will be a big kill count again for Marselek. Coming off the back of that last game. He's looking hot there. Looking hot once again.
You know, can't get any more hotter than being on fire. I think they're part of him questions to not charge forward. Fuzzface made the call to no, keep alive. And he had to disengage. I'll get number 1 winners, but they disengage into a headshot from T-Bone. From him. We'll put it down.
Marsus. Big John. A little peek around here. They are out on the edge. Work their way in. Again, this sort of feels like one of those situations where Big John just gets suddenly bum rushed by a random team on the other side of the map. Maybe they'll be a little bit more lucky this time around.
Michael's waiting. He knows there's kills to be had. He just needs to decide which one it starts with. Koji. He knows his player's right on top of him. I think he's looking for reinforcements. Michael making noise. He's got to be careful. The whole team has seen him. No. Surprise attack! Rolls out. He's heard the footsteps. He's seen a second go around the other side. He's now dropped the grenade on top of himself. He has to get out. Michael is going to be there. T-Bone also the same. They have to maybe wrap their way in. Masters on the other side. Everlong down to 2. Trying to get whatever they can out of this one. But look at this. Jogo Benito never that far away.
Michael, low. First aid kit comes through. The nades exploding around him. You're right, Jogo Benito. They can smell blood in the water from a distance at that as well. Some hefty noses on these guys. Good shots though from Michael. Almost had him. Had to dip back there. Really good reactions coming through from American. But Slaven now looking to pick up as many kills as possible off the back of this engagement. Yeah, it's a great nade. Lovely stuff. We'll clean out another. Jogo Benito up to 6 this game. It really feels like they were on more with the amount of carnage they've been causing around the map.
Inside. Got the blue chip in, as you can see on the left-hand side before they go. And for Bosch, they're going to have to disengage. BGG, I think, I'm just trying to open up an opportunity to get some kills. And 6-7 doesn't quite find the connection. Is providing them with ample amounts of support. Scrap that. Does find one. Confirmed done. 6-7. It's down to 1 now. And it's a BRDM on the higher side. Shots will come in. Macintosh looking to finish things off, and he does. But to find safety in now. Oh, he's going to go. A couple more shots, and that's done.
It's low, but he's backing it out. He's getting it out there. Michael, very low. T-Bone wraps back around the side. Don't know how long the UA's going to live off the back of this. T-Bone's going to drop another re-smoke off the back of this one. NE over towards their north side. As much pressure as possible. Marcis last left alive here. I think for T-Bone, that is unfortunate. There's so many smokes out. Great shots from NE, though.
Yeah, I think he was trying to make the noise and be a bit more explosive. I like that grenade. Now the opportunity is potentially to try and get that red. He knows if he's going to go for it, he's going to have to go for the exchange. The car is working its way down. Marcy tries to go for a disengage, wraps around. He has an opportunity now to get to T-Bone. It's going to be quick. I think he's going to do it just in time to call. T-Bone's like, if we're going down, we're going down together.
Exactly. I mean, it's good to see boys not leaving each other. All the fishes. Duffy moving out from any trolls in chat at the moment. Definitely have a little bit of resurgence in the last 2 games. That MG3 has seen him good throughout this entire game, by the way, for Choco Benito. Still holding on to it.
And there you go. Look at that. The push for any trolls in chat for that compound is paid off. Team Classics down. There are 3. But 3 can feel a lot bigger. They just need to defend these compounds on each corner. PGG reposition themselves. I'll select though MK. I do think for skills we'll find the last one. Benito will fall. So any trolls in chat, they've got to try and defend the east.
PGG. So towards that south side again. This is the team that I wanted to see a little bit more of a push towards that central side of things, but I like how they've been working their way in on this southwest side. Kazakhstan with a fantastic spot. We've got to remember they're playing in as 3 no matter what. So I'm Sancho, Bigger, as well as I am 5. They've got this fantastic position. It would be a crazy chicken dinner running in with just the 3. But any trolls in chat, honestly, are looking good so far. I've been loving the way they've been posting up right now. Good nades over. RDD goes low. Fuzzface, how is Fuzzface not down off the back of that? I felt like that was right in his jaw.
Got the strong 10 kills, 9 kills on 1, 10 kills in this one. They are still kicking, they are still defending this side. I think the trench held. Fuzzface alive. And the mix. And got a BRDM. There are 2. So they're going to crest the outside. I think they might just try and sneak underneath this. Be difficult though because they lose all momentum if they try to charge in with that BRDM. I think they'll just get annihilated.
Unbelievable. Wonder if there's anyone behind this crate here. PGG up to 10 kills on the game. Found some good shots over towards the sides. Marcis goes down. That's Bosch done for. Salik will pick up T-Bone. Any trolls in the chat? Take it down by Hung though. Unfortunately.
They're going to charge for it. They're going to charge for it. This Masterlek all over. They've got a knock on the BRDM. He is screaming to go take that. You can see he's drifting. Look at this.
Oh.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. And he's sent him. Oh my days. Masterlek got taken out by his own car.
Did he just get
jumped out.
home-runned?
The car spun around and he got tapped in the bum and got sent to Narnia. Masterlek though going for the BRDM. Now crawling back and screaming to get Big Star. But oh my god, he's going to get put down. Oh my days!
He's home-runned himself. He's actually home-runned himself. He used his own vehicle as a wooden bat.
He tried to catapult himself towards the BRDM. Send me to the victory.
Yeah, that was... I've not seen that before. I'd like to see it again, but I've not seen that before. Buzzface, jump in the back of the vehicle.
With all 4 wheels, please. Take the first aid before you go. And he's going to need it. But at least this vehicle's got tyres.
You kind of want him to stick to the plan now, though, don't you, really? The sad thing that BRDM is absolutely trounced, though.
I'm
this
so
stage of the game.
interested to see if they win this as a 3 or if they fall down. The question is, will that 4th player would have made a difference? Because Master has been making a difference. He's on 5 kills. He's produced half the kills for this team. I felt like he got drawn in to try and claim a BRDM though.
Yeah, he did. I mean, for Marsalek, again, still fantastic work so far overall.
100%.
Just an unfortunate turn of events there where you get the craziest of drifts into the jump out, into the whack-a-mole, the whack-a-Marsalek. It's just rough. It is just rough. Kazakhstan, though, keeping things chilled out over towards the central side. PGG just keeping an eye on them. The new trolls in chat will find Macintosh once again, so Mix is having a lot of trouble getting in. But another endgame approach here from NE once again in the top 5. Good to see.
Toppy's doing damage. He's just trying to find any tippy toes, or if he's going to try and run out and try and get the res, he knows he won't be able to do that now. Confirmation done. That puts him on 11. This is the right play. This is the game plan for any trolls in chat to hold this ridgeline. But they've got to balance now both sides. Any on one side, Kazakhstan obviously with the BRDM playing out towards the other, more of a bait play and get farming information. Only one team is going to engulf that with loads of shots. Back to the other side, PGG, as you say, playing in nice and slow on the edge. Find an opening. Hung will fall.
Yeah, they've been playing a good game. They've been playing a very, very good game. They're holding him out. No way anyone can get it over towards him. Rafa will go down. That's our mix, leaving us with our last 4 teams remaining. Any with just 1 left. PGG, if they can win this game, it will be a massive amount of points for them overall off the back of the amount of eliminations they've been able to pick up this game, which is good to see. Yeah, I do think for PGG, it's been a lovely hold. And I mean, they absolutely have taken advantage of Kazakhstan on this center side, basically using them as guard dogs and just taking pot shots over towards the eastern edge. Yeah. Lovely stuff.
All right, they've obviously played the car in as well. They've swapped out and put the pans up. Maybe feels like they're trying to draw in Kazakhstan on that BRDM to work its way back. At the moment, it is scouting. They've been playing to this compound, aggressing ATC out of it. I think it was the right play. It would have been a 3-on-1. So again, the thought process to kind of play the late game, the IGL making the calls, and at the moment, it's working out. It's pretty much top 4. It's 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 1. He's outside zone though, Blank. He has to find a way in.
The question is, with I'm Sancho being in this BRDM here, is there a world where PGG just makes the call and just full sends it over towards Kazakhstan on this compound? At best, there's 3 players in here. They're not completely sure, but if they knew it was just 2, they would definitely be pushing up onto this. Hawk goes down, and out goes a mortar.
He's been
trying to line up onto the BRDM.
One. Yeah, the first one was to try and zero in the BRDM. The BRDM did move, and it is moving again. That would be pretty good. The second one would have been a finish. Sancho, I think, again, it's a real strange play. The BRDM is getting information. No one's shooting it, so he's able to kind of free reign and work his way around and arguably bully anyone on this side. But those mortars, maybe drawing him in. I think that's what PGG want. I think they want that BRDM to come to them because they do have the Panzer.
Nades start getting thrown out. Smokes it down. It's looking like a pushover towards Kazakhstan
now. Watch the Panzer. Watch the Panzer.
Moving through. Right, I'll wait and see if the Panzer comes out. They must hear it now. Panzer's out. Salik's right in front.
Oh my God!
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear me. It's gone bad to worse. I'm Sancho, who's just ruined the entirety of the day. I am 5 with a massive double grenade. A PGG is down.
God damn as well. Bye. Oh, they baited it in. That's what they wanted. They just didn't factor. Think they're going to be there. Panzer goes up the other side. 6 kills instantly come in for Kazakhstan. There you go. Awas get the res. ATC knowing they now got to try and make the play. They've lost a player, so they're down to 8-2 as well. In the chaos that unfolded, Hawk fell. Duffy's is there, but 12 kills for ATC. Now they're looking for the conversion. Now they're down a body. It's a 2 versus 3 and an uphill battle for ATC.
Sancho, near the top. It's a great one indeed. Sancho, definitely been the MVP here with that BRDM play. Just rolled up, created a lot of commotion into a nasty nade from IM5. Now it's down to Fuzzface. 1v3. Out comes the Panzerfaust. Knows he's got to get out the way. It explodes early. He's got a huge job ahead of him, but Kazakhstan, as a 3-man, will grab the chicken dinner in the most comical fashion.
Cue the music. I think the big question is now, any trolls in chat, good game. It's the second place. It's 12 kills. But for me, if they had the additional player at the end, could they have made a difference? Could they have got across the line? Nothing to say, though. The last 2 games for them has been outstanding, and they should be looking at top value board.
Yeah, they absolutely should do. I think very, very excited to see what PGG as well as any trolls in the chat could do. I mean, for Kazakhstan there, yes, they had a great compound. It's all got a little bit wrong overall. But I think that for any trolls in chat, it has gone from good to better. And for PGG, this is much more on the line. Just hope that that finish from there doesn't demoralize them too much.
No. I think you take it away, and again, this is about them managing that communication, right? Marslip did make a play. It felt like, for me, watching towards that BRDM, he had the knock and had the opportunity, even not for the BRDM, to try and catch the player's resin, because you can't resin that BRDM. Unfortunately for him, he picked the car with missing tyres, and he tried to skyrocket himself down there in a different form of transport. Let's look at that scoreboard, though. After that match, Team Kazakhstan playing with 3 able to claim a whopping 18 points, but the same goes for any trolls in chat. 18 points for them. It's a good game.
It is. I mean, 18, 18, 17. Yeah, we've had this kind of situation so far where we've had 3 teams at the top earning a lot of points so far. Any as well, 6 points. They're still trucking. Mix is still trucking as well, despite going out a little bit earlier. Joga Bonito, though, funny one, right? This team just has their fingerprints are everywhere on the crime scene, right?
Yeah, facts.
But
Facts.
they're still only coming away with 6 kills. It's just a funny thing. You'd half expect with the amount of screen time that these guys get, they'd be further up the channel. They're just the classic villains in the lobby so far. It's super fun to see.
Yeah, they get all the action, they cause all the chaos. They don't just get the win, though. But they do find themselves on top of a leaderboard. 20 points, despite only picking up, or 26 points, sorry, despite only picking up 5 placements. So they are up there. They are fighting with the best. 36, though, for any trolls in chat do skyrocket themselves. Now they're in second. So good play for them. They set themselves 1 point above our team mix.
Again, Marcelek being the true MVP of the day for that team. I mean, some of the other boys have been doing well on that side. Obviously, that last match with him catapulting himself down the hill, that was brave. It was bold. It was courageous. Was it the right play? Probably not. But I think throughout the other game, he's had some real clutch moments, like actual clutch moments. I mean, that word gets thrown around a lot in esports, I find, but I genuinely do think that Marseille had some really clutch moments today so far, from saving his teammates from really awkward scenarios to hitting some really good initial starting kills and knocks. Yeah,
don't forget, the guy was on fire earlier, and he was charging through an open field, opening the opportunity for the team. So yeah, big GG's last deck. I just don't want what that last bit happened affect their last couple of games now.
Absolutely. But it has been absolute fire today so far, but we're going to cool off with a little bit of water and a little bit of a break. So we'll be back in around about 5 minutes. We'll catch you very soon. See you there. Welcome back. I've had water. You've had water. Mark's too hot. We need to get him some water. But yeah, we're back again for match number 4, and then shortly after that, match number 5 will be closing out the day after that one. But so far, it's been a fantastic day. We've had actually a lot of different teams doing really, really good work so far. Any trolls in chat really started to light things up. PGG, we knew they started slow, but they're hitting the map now hard.
Yeah, they are hitting the map hard.
Go on.
I was going to say, no, you're right. You make such a good point, mate. No, because their play, you said before, we see them sort of play into the central area, right, quite a lot. They haven't. They've had to play on the south side. But it's good to see them make the most out of it.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. No, it's all right. Sorry, Reduce just like speaking a different language. I thought it was English, so I thought I was going a little bit insane there. It's fine. I was trying to figure out what was going on. It's all good. It's all good. And that's what a lot of these other teams are doing right now, trying to figure out what's going on in game. Skittles currently, they got a little bit further into that match, but overall it's been a little bit of a rocky road so far. For No Slack, I'm going to go ahead and say that they've been a little bit unlucky. Right, a little bit unlucky on a few of these rotates. I think they've, in general, had the right idea. I've seen how they play under pressure on that Miramar game. I think they have it in them to do really well here. I want to wait and see. Hey, guess what, though? We're going through the heart and soul of Rondo coming up next.
It's like you predefine the playing path here to find your buried treasure.
I know. It's when you said that I jinxed it. I was like, I'm not having that. I'm gonna have to get someone on. I'm gonna have to get crafted on the line. I've got to fix this.
Sort it out. It's coming in east. It's going towards the west. It's a penultimate game though, and it's match number 4. Flight path though, pretty good. I was actually just listening to Fuzz's stream on the break there, and actually. The call was a team call to try and go get that BRDM, get rid of the actual player, not so much the BRDM, but really good to hear and listen that actually it's not chaotic, it's not like screaming or like, hey, you don't speak stupid. It's team control and it was a called move. So really good play from ATC. They're on fire. And for our, I suppose, Master Lecto, he's the one leading the charge.
They're doing well. They are doing well. You see, the thing is that they have these little mouse traps on hand, just in case anyone starts shouting. They are mouse traps designed to go off when we hit a certain decibel, right? And they're located right on the end of the mouse itself. So yeah, if you want to keep your fingers nice and squeaky clean, you've got to keep it quiet and calm. All right, it's a new invention designed by me. It was designed to help them at the end of the day. But I'm happy to license that out to any team. Yeah, I call it the mousetrap mouse trapper.
You could have picked a better name. We'll go back to the fight. Those skills are in the mix, and it is JS9 causing problems, not just once but twice. But PGG, well, they will fall back into a corner, but not backed out. Static 1 HP VSS 9 mil versus 9 mil, and he charges forward. He just needs to get a sliver of connection, not when he's got Sloy applying pressure behind.
This is unfortunate. Here coming through for PGG. Down to Sloy though. We know what Sloy can do. We know what this guy's been up to. 5k to put the work in. We had the JS9, we got the UMP, we got the MP5.
It's an SMG.
Yeah, I know. It's an SMG dream right now. This is good.
Crazy. VSS in the mix. Yuling, though, is not in zone. The zone went early in the flight path, so we are on the east. There's lots of unplayable, but we'll get back to that in a second. PGG down to 1 player. Lucky enough for them, there is a recall station, but there is no Slack not too far away. So if they know who's next to them and they've been reading the kill feed and tracking it correctly, it might be a team playing it pretty quick.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know how PGG leaves, though, right? This is the difficult. Boy drops down. Everyone drops down. He gets one. Yeah, he gets his, you know. Got mine. Unfortunately,
but look, no Slack should push now. No Slack should push. They're in the cars already. They'll be tracking the kill feed. They know from the drop zone that Yuling will be interested. Satet and Scav need to get eyes on, but they need to get eyes on that recall station, and you can do it from this west side.
Yeah, sending over towards the west, like you say. No one went down, though. Right, no one went down. So I think for Skittles, they're currently playing this fairly safe. And right now, No Slack look to be going for a little bit more of a look-see than a full send.
They know they're going to go for that recall, though. They know. So they just need to watch. One? Yeah, they lost
did.
one.
They lost RDD. You're right. You're right.
Yes.
You're right. You're right. Take it all back. Take it all back. Put me in the mouse trapper.
Mouse trapper. Scav hasn't quite got there. He's just about to get there. He does. The recall has happened. I don't think that's exactly where No Slack wanted it, but they've been able to run themselves off on the compound now. And Scav, though, right underneath the eyes of Skittles.
See if Insight's got the insight to find Scav on the sidelines. Walks around the sides. A good spray. Errol will do that to you. Completely mashes him. Get back on that recall beacon right now.
Yeah, Scav, even that, could just take the blue chip and maybe disengage and take that as a victory. They know they've got one back, but for me, I'll be grabbing that blue chip, go in the car, because yes, guys and girls, I am that type of player. Hit and run. Let's get out of here. You will play as a free.
I like that vibe as well, you know. It's a frustrating one. You know, you attack them in zone 2, come back for zone 4. They think you're moving on evens. You come back on zone 7, you really freak them out.
You don't move on the odd zone shifts, only the evens.
Any trolls to chat though? Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, he moves any zone. Marslek, though, seeing Windside. We've not really seen too much of him. He gets a connection with the Bolty. Maybe not the green light to charge, but they look to try and get ahead.
Yeah, a bit of fear in him. That's what I love about PUBG, honestly. A lot of times, there's a lot of peacocking that goes on during these games, which I'm about. If I hit that bolty shot, I don't necessarily need to. I will anyway. I like to let you know that I can hit it at the end of the day. This shot would have been a lot nicer to hit, get him out the air, pick up an immediate flush on the way through, but let's go back to what you were talking about earlier here, Mark, because this is a lot of unplayable. It's an awkward area of the map to play. We have around about 15% cut out of the circle on the eastern side already, so we are already shrinking this circle down quite a fair margin.
Yeah, and we're shrinking it down with limited crossovers, and Jogger Benito, surprise, bit jealous they're not getting the first kill and chat at the first cargo. Bye! Now they get the Pico, sees him, spins though, gets a second slapping on the adjacent side, and for free side, it was not a free rotation, 50% down and denied entry across the toll bridge.
I mean, Crystalline is just nasty, right? I think that's been the general consensus of the day. This guy is a filthy player. I can't believe what I've seen from some of the clutches, some of the moments where he's absolutely popped off. I want to see more of it, man. I want to see more of it. He's working from the mud right now. It's good. It's good to see.
It definitely is. Let's see if they can get the rest of the team up and firing all cylinders, or maybe just find themselves in a late game. Would be intriguing. We know that's not the case for them. We know they qualified through last time on sheer killing alone. Not really getting that balance, so I wouldn't mind seeing that balance sort of coming into effect. A team which has the balance did qualify. Yep. Yeah. It's a long dream. More of a series. No Slack has to try and find entry now as Mix. Sorry about that sign. Mix does find the compound ahead of him now, so unable to try and take the position they wanted. They have to rethink about their strategy.
I mean, that's like currently will be forcing Mix to move out towards that northern edge, try and swing back around again. But it's just rough, right? I think for No Slack, this is like one of the best outcomes they can go for versus Mix, because now Mix has a very awkward rotate they've got to make over towards that northern side, potentially cross over the bridge towards Consia. It's hard. It's hard. I think for No Slack, this is actually a best case scenario for them. Now they don't have to worry about Mix on their backside. They've got a free 180, maybe, other than Skittles, who are coming in from that southwest, but that seems also diminished.
Well, diminished at the moment. And getting number 3 winners on the rotation round. They are coming in quite, I suppose, the safe side on that south. XTD showing us some of the crossing points. You don't need to pay the Jogger Benito toll tax on their bridge. Just need to go aquatic and make sure you get it right.
I do like how Kazakhstan won one game and the fourth player was like, fine, I'll play.
I'll play now.
I'll play.
I'll play.
Fine. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's more of a, you need me, you're not going to qualify without me, and then they get a win. They're like, okay, fine, I'll play then. No, I'll prove you need me.
It'd be good to see them get another win off the back of this. Carry that momentum forward, but this time carried by 4 players as opposed to 3. They are on that eastern side. They do have a strong place to play. I think we are, again, this is about as hard as it gets over towards that eastern side. Still into that unplayable. Another E pickup comes through from Any. Again, try and deny as much movement around the map as possible. Unlikely Any's going to be taking this one. Gridlock over towards that western edge too. Starting to move on in. Nedex over towards Windside, who we haven't actually seen that much of since the start of the day. I'm surprised that they're moving away from Mayran at the moment, looking to put some feelers out over towards Any trolls in chat. But I feel like that's a position where you get backfilled quite easily here, Mark.
Yeah, Mayran is a town we see so many endings. We still got unplayable, right? But obviously the zone update not quite reacting. Obviously for NE, they kind of gave away. Kazakhstan was coming in that south side, that emergency pickup, which they didn't use, but deployed right because they're expecting the zone to bounce back towards the east. So it gave away their position. So they've turned around. They found themselves some drops. Obviously for Windside, you're right, they've left Mayran, they've played now into open terrain, they've come on towards that T-junction. Yes, there's a compound there, but there's so much verticality out towards their east that we see Any trolls in chat, and more importantly, towards that northwest. So they will have teams like Everlong, like Any trolls in chat, potentially rain fire down to them, and it's about trying to defend, and it's a really hard compound, as you see, to try and defend. That compound, that building, that sort of northeast corner here on the T-junction, you can't see Any trolls in chat. If they want to try and crash in, it's pretty deadly.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of areas here that they can hit as well. And Windside's currently playing this 2-2. And even just the tree line itself is awkward to work with, like trying to play into your other teammates off the back of that. PWD and Hope's going to have a tough time.
Yeah. Let's see. This might be a slight calm. The rest of these teams obviously finding the space. We have lost one, so we're not 15 teams remaining. There is unplayable, as we say, but there is a lot of verticality, a lot of places to hide. No Stack, again, a team which we spoke very much in that kind of podcast episode 1 and episode 2 today. Expectations are high, but I think people have got the read. They understand how they play, and currently they're getting closed out despite making good rotations, despite finding, I suppose, that mid to late game. They're unable to convert.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, honestly. I think for No Slack, I think that their strongest moments are like minute 1 to minute 15. A lot of times for No Slack. Through there, I'm like, okay, I like that. Feels like a lot of these rotations are drilled. They know what they're doing. But we're coming way more back to what you were talking about earlier. So people know the drill. They know generally what's going on. They're giving the beep as well. That's typical Jogger Benito behavior. Spray him down. Get the double. Going through. Jogger Benito up to 4 kills this game. I'd like to see some placement points instead, but keep us guessing. I like that.
Zone she's back. I'll see Any trolls in chat are in free side. Find a free side of Mayran. The rest of the guys will obviously rotate on that northwest corner. Jog Benito obviously looking for points, but they are on a split. I think they're now playing to NE, thinking it might be the rest of AO, but it's not going to be the case. No Slack, as you say. They seem to find that early game, those early rotations to perfection, as they do thread the needle past Everlong and find that plateau where so many teams have come all kinds of stop. I'm just concerned that Windside is still holding a big 2-2 split.
I think it's a good thing to question right now whether they want to actually regroup on top of each other, but is Any trolls in chat going to make it difficult for them or not? Again, it's just that tree line. It's like very, very difficult to help your teammates. And even if you were to help your teammates, it's not likely they're going to be crashing onto that backside of the building anyway where you can take shots. One Zach here from 6-7 has to get into the building, but hopelessly will fail as Kazakhstan takes the shots.
They work their way through. It's good to know. Windside do find an exposed angle for Skittles, so the advantage of that 2-2 split has done that. I think part of the question is, well, we don't know where the zone's going to go. So as long as Windside can hold this split, it does give them a option to collapse on towards the other. Depends if we go north or if we go south. The concern is if it donuts one more time on towards them, it might be a problem. AO does find the star player, Kristani. He does walk back the other way, hearing the commotion towards the south, go back for the car, gets caught, and AO will find another point at the board, and Frag IQ finds Slavin on the adjacent side, so this is not looking good for Jogger Benito.
Nah, they have sat themselves quite firmly between two squads right now, which is awkward to see. And again, a lot of action for not a whole lot of points coming through from Jogger Benito, but those whole lot of points have come through on the leaderboards because they're consistently putting up at least some every game. I mean, you talked about earlier 5 points per match. That's typically going to do it for you to get towards the top side as long as you can keep on qualifying. But yeah, Jogger Benito's scorelines are always completely skewed towards the kill scenario. Now, we talk about donuts and the win side. My question to you, Mark, is whether you, on this next donut, would you grease the split still?
No, I'd collapse. I think they should be getting ready to collapse. The zone is about to work in, and they've got to be pretty quick, especially with a lot of commotion happening around. ATC obviously are holding a central area, but a high ground, so they've got a lot to fight. So there is an opening. If Winside need to move, they can do it.
Oh, I mean, that's not ideal, is it?
What split do you take? I'd argue to say you take the north split because it's closer to try and take the hill.
Yeah, you want to try and clear out a lot of teams coming in from the northwest side. And yeah, you're right. Completely good call from you. They're going to try and move up towards this way. Marsalek, though, is taking shots out towards them. They're going to try and wrap through. Get themselves on the western side of this ridge, actually.
Just
trying to push Marsalek off this position. That's good. Force any trolls in chat to deal with the eastern side whilst they hang on to the west. Gridlock also moving in. They saw Winside actually move away from that compound in the south and immediately picked it up. That's some very good scouting coming through from them. Yep.
Hawk looking to try and pop a smoke forward, play in towards this one. They do have one down. Hung needs to get picked up and not allowed to be hung in this match. 6-7 has to try and hold, and he does get a free fire coming through straight out the door and into the heart of the soul. That was Frag and Rock, and he's gonna fall.
Oh, that's a frustrating one for me. Sat outside, just get completely pre-fired. Big John, Marcis will find Caxa from XDDD. Big John coming in from that north side, obviously. They moved away from No Stack as well as Everlong. Probably dealing with one another. Hung goes down, tries to get the Solon off out, but yeah, it's a little bit too short.
It is. 6-7, 12th place for them. They will fall. Good play from Wynn's side, but now they're going to try and deal with all these teams collapsing in. One of them, though, is collapsing in from that north side. Big John gets eyes on XCD in a bit of a dip, a bit of a gully. T-Bone just going to try and pop the smoke, going to allow him to try and play up. No Stack, though, has threaded themselves right in between Wynn's side and Wynn's side, just sitting out of bay, get caught out. BBD, he's going to fall, and that's towards Everlong. A team coming in very, very late from that northwest corner.
NATO, it's the wrong side here. Should still do a little bit of damage over towards free side. Who do crash over towards the radio tower. Another nade sent back over towards No Stack. It's a good bounce on it as well.
Yeah.
And we'll take down Kovalevi. Froggy will bounce a nade in. Sata dug in right now, observing his surrounding as Everlong daisy chain their way up. A good backstab here actually from Vazivi.
They're really, really good. Obviously, damage to Winside, forcing them back. They've seen an opening. They get the spray, goes to the repeat, does get crazy down from free cycle. He's coming back. Now he has to try and get the move. He does play towards the tree. Now give him some safety, and a bit of a throwaway grenade goes forward, but that's going to be huge though. And here comes the mortar. Kazakhstan raining fire from above, and free side get brushed aside.
Great mortars from Kazakhstan. That is a distance as well, right? That's down from the southern side of the map. I don't know how they zeroed in on that, but they did indeed. Big John suffering here versus XDD. There is a Panzerfaust in play. Miske looking for the big opportunity. Runs directly past all his opposition. Now in the open. We'll go for the suicidal play off the back of it. It's all going wrong for Big John. XDD. Subi will finish them off. Goodness me, that was a messy engagement.
Suicide pans and not good. Bosch going to be out. Sata has to try and hold. He was observing, and now he needs to observe his way out. And I think he's packed up with his car. That's reversed his way back down towards him. You can hear movement on the other side though, so we take cover where he can. Winside down a body, but not out the fight. Huge nade comes over the top, and it's never a long nade, but doesn't get the knock, and Sata will still hold.
I mean, that vehicle's actually providing him a lot of cover here. Everlong ahead of them. They got the smoke signals out, trying to prevent people from getting too close. They're going to try and edge their way back up the hill. The smoke's there in front of them that Winside's set up. They're going to take advantage of them right now to get a little bit further in, back towards the rest of the team, as they take massive amount of high ground. Unfortunately, Kazakhstan have full eyes on here.
Great. Everlong does get their finish. And any choice in chat actually come off the high ground. They play towards the compound on the north. Winside cresting the outside edge. Gridlock, though, it will be in a gridlock now in the compound, as you say, because Team Kazakhstan now up to a 4, now with an additional body, trying to take a decision of which fight they take next.
I mean, they've got eyes on a lot of places, but I think they've made a lot of enemies as well as Kazakhstan. They're going to shot all the way across the map, and they've got a lot of open ground to clear here. Digger is just consistently taking shots over towards Rena. Nedex moves out. Keeping it quiet. You don't want to reach that decibels. Too high.
Pico bus. Sign number 10. And 5 joining the party. Gonna try and cause the damage. There goes a grenade. Pre-nade will go up where the car rolls in.
Maybe a big one.
Gonna cause some damage. Does a bit of damage on the splash. Second one bounces on top.
That's
It comes off the backboard onto the head. Twice on the head. And for Gridlock, they were gridlocked in the compound. Now they're gridlocked by a barrage of grenades coming in. Third might be the charm. Damage will do for the Pico bus. That's going to explode backwards. He has to be careful. Silence disengages into the smoke.
I mean, this is the second time that IM5 has hit 2 back-to-back nasty nades. They got to be careful right now that NE is trying to wrap behind them. So they've left the backstop behind there in Kazakhstan. They know the position of NE2. Do they have any nades left, though? That's the real question, because right now there's a real possibility that Gridlock gets back up on their feet. One more nade goes in from Digger, but it's on the right side. Unfortunately, we'll keep Silas up here. Next nade looking for the flushes. Should get 1.
Looking for those confirmations to see if he's resin. That's 2, so they know that he hasn't rezzed at least. And now they're trying to figure out, with the smoke dissipating, it wasn't going to be long. And for Winside, they've got some elevation so they can see into that smoke at the top. So silence will fall for Gridlock, and maybe they left it too late to leave the compound.
Kazakhstan gonna bring things back a little bit now. They know that NE is outside the circle. They've got to push towards them. But Forsic again, another lovely shot over towards IM5 here. They are rough out in the open and running out of nades quick. I mean, smokes, sorry.
They've got smokes, though. Once it can pop a smoke, the nice sort of Everlong, the ability to apply pressure to him. Quinix, though, charges forward as he looks to try and apply pressure onto Kazakhstan. Flash will come up, checks the first card, now launches the grenade. The grenade will go over to the top. NE does get their knock on towards Sancho, but it's a full charge. He's right on top of these two here. Looking for the conversion. One goes down. The Panzer only hits the rock. Does find the opening. Can't quite see the second player, though. Has to duck into cover, and Digger gets caught with a seat swap.
I mean, it's a savior play right there from Kazakhstan. It's got to be done. I'm surprised the vehicle didn't do more damage, but that's bought them a lot of time here, Mark, to try and get those reses on the backside at least. Forsic starts to move up, and Everlong took that as a go signal. Vizivi will get knocked down again. This FAMAS doing work here for Vizivi so far. And now just down to Forsic for Winside. Kazakhstan, a lot of hope put into Digger there. Good shot.
He's unfortunate.
And
really
he will find it.
He done most of the damage. Unfortunately for him, he's going to be down to 1 player. Coffee's launch a grenade forward. The grenade does damage on towards Barter King. Duffy's will now try and hold. ATC in a position now to try and convert the win. Mostek is down. Fuzzface has been converted, but they're on one side of the ridge. Can they try and stop the push over? He's able to get there. Needs a huge molly just to hit and spread towards the right side. I don't think it's going to happen. The rock's on fire, but the Riz, well, that's some more fire from Rafa.
Oh, I mean, yeah, certainly set the rock on fire. I'm taking an eggs on that thing, but weren't able to find the flush there over towards them. Hung will find himself a quick shot over towards the side. NE still keeping things popping right now. 45 points on the leaderboard. Clearing away ahead of a lot of these other teams. Really good consistent day from them.
Long clearing more than those teams. They're clearing dirt. They're taking a full fortification on the top. I think other teams might have helped. NE looking to try and help find another kill. As for Win side, it's only the only one remaining on his side. He has to try and defend a potential 1 versus 1 push the south.
Also just keeping it chilled out towards here. Fahad's has to hold him though. A really nice nasty thorn on the side here for NE later on. NE trolls in chat once again. Nice late game finish from them. So they are definitely finding their groove as the day goes on. Sadly, Dragonov will pop Marcelet's head like a balloon. But a good shot in response here from Bombolivo.
Molly is better. Not going to spread again. Rafa have to make a superhero res one more time. Toffee knows that he needs to do the damage. He needs to try and find the players. He will find himself also positioned now. And Bombolivo will look to try and get Marcelet back up. So we'll start to encroach in. So they have to do it pretty quick, and they have. Now is to try and get the hold. Marcelet does get Hawk down. He's not just taking a 1 versus 1. The whole team is committed over to try and get rid of him.
So good initial spray down from Fosse. If he was able to get behind them like that, it would have been a lights out situation. He's got blue zone grenades as well here, Mark, which he could just send out. It should displace Fahads if he sends them.
He's just concerned about that run around the top. I don't think he would have heard the other side. Rafa gets caught out. Doffy's position, though, plays effect. Mix have to disengage completely. Now they can see the body running forward, and the shotgun from Hang right in the face. And for Win side, they find themselves in 5th, but no more.
Yeah, it is ironic that Hung is using the shorty right now. But he's doing good work with it. He's definitely doing good work with the old stubby.
I'm not biting. I'm not biting. Nice try, Blake. Nice try. Marcelet goes down again. He just can't seem to get 2 feet in the right direction. Doffy's charging forward like a bull in a China shop, putting Everlong now on 10 kills.
Bombolivo will go down. And now NE looking for the 2nd win of the day here. Everlong kind of trapped in. The story though, M249. This is a real squad ruiner. But eyes are on already. Hong will find the shots, assisted by Fahad towards the end. Story peeking out of the edge, but it's a good Molotov, completely ruining the day here of the story.
Yeah, it doesn't really give him the ability to move. I think you know exactly where he is. Bats up. M249 doesn't need to get a reload.
So
comes around the other side. Damage is crazy. He's so unlucky. Not to get a knock. He finds the 2nd. He'll find number 11. He needs the confidence. He needs to exude the pressure because it's a 1 versus 1 versus 1.
And it again. The drop shot will ruin the day of the sword off. Goodness me. Basically saw off his legs there with the M249, and the story will keep his journey and his tail going. But how far can this story go? Will he take down the Sparta King?
He has to. He hasn't got a helmet. The moment he stands up, he's going to M249 to the face. The 5.56 will dispatch Mix. Everlong looking for their 1st win. Mix looking for their 2nd. At the moment, what he's looking for is a repair kit for that level 3 helmet. He decimated, though, as he drilled Skull 1st down.
12 kills on the game here for Everlong. And again, this will be a really big moment for this team. Last time we saw them, they were struggling a little bit, consistently making their way into the weeks, but not having a huge amount of success. But right now, they're on the cusp of a chicken dinner here in week 1 with 12 kills on the board. I mean, I couldn't be happier to see this team doing well. Honestly, it's really, really good to see. Now I got to take it to Mix. Sparta King with the AUG for story. A lot of pressure on this lad at the moment, but he has the high ground.
He has the high ground, but he hasn't got the zone. Obviously, I don't think he knows exactly where he is. I think he's got an idea. So he places the next smoke. If he makes the dart, Spartak is going to have an opportunity to take a shot if he wants to, but if he does, he gives away his position. And I'd argue to say he's closer to the zone. He can wrap back down and around, but he can find himself pretty much in the center. That tells you he doesn't know any idea. He's going to step up. He gets the spray. It's going to be down to the helmet. 1 versus 1. And he's got a chance. York 4 times. Didn't get a connection.
Story makes it up to this hard cover, and this is a really big position to be playing going forward. As the folded shield too on the sidelines. No util though.
He's going to jump
on
on top
side.
Of it.
Oh, this is intelligent behavior.
It gives him that little bit of extra height, but he knows for Mix, he knows he doesn't need to move first. He can just shimmy his way down. It's the helmet that's the problem. That's the key. If he can get a headshot, Everlong win the game, but he has to get it. And the M249, yeah, it might unload 5.56 like no man's business, but he has to get that connecting shot.
Story now on the sidelines. Blues pushing in, has to move out. Looks for the headshot, gets the body at the first thing. Now looking for the shot. He only peeks the head out. The only thing he can hit. It should do a lot of damage, and Everlong will take it. The story reads them a bedtime story as he puts the rest of the squads to sleep. Good night, and well done to Everlong.
Everlong 13 kills, a 23-point game, and they obviously insert themselves now on to the win. So well played for Mix, obviously able to maybe try and take a win. I think the ATC yet again find themselves in a top position in getting killed, but it all kind of around that high ground. Lots of teams tried to claim to victory, but there's only one at the end, and that was Everlong.
Yeah, I was super happy with it. I am very, very happy they got the chicken dinner there. Everlong's been really putting in the work over the weeks and the months. And they're looking good right now. They are looking good. Consistently getting towards a lot of these middling portions of the game and then finding some big success here in the end game. 23 points as well. That basically salvages your first week as it is. Unfortunately for a lot of other squads, NE is not giving up easy. Another 13 points out on the board. And this is what has really been shoving them towards the top of the leaderboards. It's just this consistency is outweighing everything else.
Yeah, and let's not take anything away from Everlong, right? Remember, they came late. They were a late mover from the southwest. They were causing problems for Big John. They were causing problems for Windside, and eventually, obviously, came in and around that kind of no slack area. But they weren't the first to move, but they were the last standing. So it isn't always about a race to center zone. It's not always a race to be king of the castle. Everlong proving the point that's needed.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Very, very good stuff. Kazakhstan as well, 36 points. I mean, for a team that's been playing as 3 for the majority of the day, I mean, it's a really wonderful job to be in 4th place right now. Mix also, I think a very, very similar story right now to NE, where they're just getting consistent points every single game. Jogo Bonito, again, hilarious scoreline, 5 placement points to the 26 kills. I don't think that's changing anytime soon. I'm very, very pleased with this first page at the moment. I think that I take all of the... I would say right now, this top 10 has a lot of top contenders. I'll put it that way. 11th down to 16th, I'm still iffy on. I think Freeside probably has the best chance out of all of them in terms of the rotates they're coming through with. But they bail it. They bail it a little bit. They're bailing it a little bit.
Throwing shade out there. Come on, Gridlock, Needix is on there. All-star PNC roster for Team France.
They're 16th,
mate, I know. I just don't think they get everything right here, but we can't shy them away. I know this is obviously coming to the end. That was the penultimate penultimate game for our first week. But Gridlock is a team I'd expect to come back. Yes, they need to do something in this last game. Yes, they were a little bit slow maybe moving in, and I'm with you on that. But oh my god, like they need to dig deep and look in actually the experience they've got to be able to deliver points.
Yeah, well, they're going to be digging very deep right now. I don't know where they're going to find the treasure, but it's deeper than this. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, but we got to go back to Miramar, right? I don't dig my treasure at 6 feet deep. I go down at least 15. I'm hiding it good.
Give it to no slack at the end. That was a good game. That was a really good game. Really good end zone for these teams. Obviously rotating their way around. And I like to see some of the level of aggression that we saw. Obviously, Kazakhstan getting a win. They're now back to a 4. There's sort of breathe confidence coming from them. And it was good to see, as I said before, Everlong taking their time coming into the zone, not going for the overcommit, not just driving straight away as a zone pop. They waited out. They wanted to see who moved into where. And as a result, they picked up a huge amounts of kills coming in that northwest corner and then the win.
Yeah, they did. I think Everlong played that really well. I still think that I would have liked to see a little bit more out of Kazakhstan there, as well as Winside. I think Winside got dealt a pretty sad hand from where they were playing. I think that we were talking about that 2-2 split for a very long time. They moved up underneath the ridge side, then were able to play up towards the top. It's a very awkward area to work with, but genuinely pretty cool game. I mean, Forsic as well, like holding his own as a single. I think that potentially he had a little bit more in the tank there, but there was a lot of thinking to be done. I don't want to say he overthought the situation. I just think you've got shots coming in from your left side. You've got players down towards your right. When do I send the Molotov? Do I need to keep that guy from moving over towards the ridge side? Could I have sent that blue zone grenade a little bit earlier? It's just, there's a lot to think about there. So I do feel from him in that moment. So much pressure on you. And as well, I think you have more. When you're for story there, you have no util. You have nothing. You've got the M249. You've got a clear picture of what you're going to do. I think the problem was for Forsic, he had so many options. It's like a little bit overwhelming almost.
Yeah, and I suppose for him, he had to worry about that kind of rotation above, right? He was constantly going, oh, it might come around the top, it might come around the top. Well, actually, you're right. If he played that blue zone, might have picked up another kill. That then relieves the pressure. Then he can only focus on the player that's in front of him at the top. So maybe not overthinking, but maybe just taking too much in when not needed to be. So that was our penultimate game. There is only one more left, though. We, as you say, we are going back to a wrangle. So it will be a interesting last game, should we say, from the explosive side.
Yes, it will be. Let's see if we're going to get the old diagonal. Oh, they've ruined me. They've ruined me. So I've spoiled it already. But 4 out of 5. I think 4 out of 5 is good. It does hurt that we don't end on it, though. That does hurt me a little bit. Yeah.
Waiting to see what happens. The observer's waiting to see where he can see. At the moment, there's a map stream.
He is in the sea right now. I'll tell you that now.
We're not waiting for players, we're waiting for the observer. I can tell you that.
He's drowning.
The observer is drowning. You're the map stream, it doesn't matter. You'll be fine. Just stay there.
Oh, he's alive.
He's alive.
Big breath.
Anyway, so now we've had fun with the observer, which was stuck under the water, unable to kind of breathe. These teams only have one last game to breathe. As we say, it is down to the weekly series. So if you want to, you can get involved. You just sign up online. Make sure you and your team commit in. You've got to get yourself through those qualifications like these teams did in the week. And if you find yourself in a top 16 position, you find yourself playing on Saturday for the next 5 weeks. Obviously, this is one of those 5 weeks, so 4 more after this one. At the end of that, though, we will tally up the leaderboard, the overall leaderboard. So if you have been here already, you need to go back and sign up and get yourself back in for the next following weeks, because maybe there won't be enough points for one and done. Plus, you also got the wild cards, don't forget, for week 4 and for week 5. If you do win the lobby there, you automatically insert yourself into day number 1 for the PEC, where we have our invited teams, our regional partners that will be attending. So it's all about consistency. And Blank, I expect these teams, again, as I say before, throw everything now at this last game, because it is our last opportunity, the end of the road here for week number 1.
It is. I think for us right now, we want to crash into that end of road sign as fast as possible, with as much vigor as possible, and with as many airbags as possible, because you want a little bit of potentially a safer landing too. But I think that genuinely for some of our squads here, the observers, he's freaking me out. Yeah, he's zooming in and out on Sosnovka. It's stressing me out right now. I'm loving it. I need to put the map feed off. Let me tell you this. All right, this is the last game of the day. I will not be made in by the observer. It's the last game of the day. Let's see some big numbers. Let's see one team get far ahead and get themselves a nice point bank going in towards the rest of the day. I've got to open the map feed up again. I need to see what he's doing now.
He's not doing anything. He's just called out it's going to be a military island. With observing the production team saying it's going to be a military, we have to wait and see. And it's only 20 seconds, well, roughly 25 seconds by the time we get to the lane. We get to see all players are loaded. And as we said, though, it is the final game here for the day for PEC
Does he know?
Cup. I think he knows. I think the observers always know. Like, they've got this aura about them.
Okay.
They stopped.
What happened?
We lost a player.
Oh.
That's okay. We can do podcast number 3. That's fine. I'm good. We can have a little waffle about the game. They called Military Island. Do you see the flight path, though? Do you think it was going to go there? Let's start there.
What, Sosnovka?
Yeah. You think it's
Do I
going
think
milli?
do I think it's going to go milli base? I would say it's going to go to round Potato Hill way.
Okay, you're going to central up. I'm not quite sure. I think here he goes. Off he goes. I'm military. I'm back in the observers. It's going to be an interesting play. I was actually, do you know what? I went for this final player. If we could look at the overall leaderboard again, because I do think it is pretty to paint a picture production. If you could present us with that, because we do need to see where the points are going in. As we say, it is down to this last game, and obviously for these teams, they have to try and maximise what they can get. Observers and the production team refusing to give me the leaderboard. So I'll wait for the final player.
Observers listing. Okay, that's all that matters. He's doing like a nod on the map right now. He's like, yeah, I would like to do that, but
I can't do it, Mark. I'm in charge of the camera.
Tommy's not here.
I want to go back to your point rank gridlock, because they're only out of four. Out of the 4 games, they've only been able to produce 3 points at the moment.
Hey, do you know what that is?
Go on.
That's the -1 point average right there. They're under it. They're under it right now.
They're under pressure. I can put it there. But they're a team that expect to be getting more. Like, they need to be able to at least get a win here and a handful of kills if they want to stand any chance again over the course of the 5 weeks to be able to qualify.
Yeah, spit it, man. It's got to be done. I'd love to see Gridlock do better as well. I think Ddex is a really promising player. I think he's assembled himself a squad. He's assembled himself a team. All right. I need them to avenge this scoreline right now, because we're in the end game.
Oh, in the end game. And you have to try and wait out. Freestyle again, I don't think I expected them to perform to the level they have done. Skittles also gets added into that camp. I'd actually throw in there, I know this is a horrible one, I'd even throw Big John in. I'd expect him to do a little bit more. 16 points is not to be shied away, but they've really not got into that late game. And that shows from those placement points. Only 2 placement points from that experienced team, though, is not great.
That's right. That's so sorry.
Ignore the map stream. Don't get baited in.
I can't. It's just making me laugh. I don't know if we can pull that up on stream right now, but that'd be funny to look at.
That's what we're going to look at before they go to the map. I guarantee it.
Analyze it. Yeah, okay, cool. I'll leave this for later then. What were we saying?
I was saying about Big John's lack of placement points.
Big John. Big John's not doing a lot of boshing right now. There's been negative bosh, negative placement point aura. I'm not disappointed just yet, though. I think they can bounce back. I think Big John always bounces back at the end of the day.
No, they do need to bounce back, as we've had some fun watching the Observer. You had some fun watching the games, and episode 3 about is coming to an end, though. But all the players now back in the lobby as they gear the plane as it gets to try and take off.
You got to stop giving false hope. That's what you got to do.
No, it's happening. I believe now. you have to believe as well, Blank.
Okay.
See? I believe. I told you. I believe. There you go. Let's play. We found the buried treasure now, and it is one final time bit. PEC4.
That's going to be me in like 10 years, I swear.
A PEC4 flight path, though, it's coming from the north down towards the south. It does play with the west side, so it doesn't divide the island up, but we do have the opportunity potentially for that military finish.
Oh, goodness me. Got the Briar Blast right there. That was wild. Love to see it. But yeah, we're heading in from the western side downwards. A little bit more difficult to get up towards that eastern edge, obviously. But we will be jumping in. We're going to be looking at Gridlock. Mark's got his eyes on them right now. He wants them to do better. You know, we're going to try and inject them with a shot of adrenaline. See what that does. But we just don't know. We don't know how it's going to affect them. Is it going to make them sleepy? Is it going to make them bounce off the walls? We're hoping the latter.
Hoping the latter. When I get a free drop there, and then 2 down at North George, no stack will go for the normal drop on the south. We're inside this time and not sharing with Skittles, as they will find someone else to bully in the lobby. Big John will take Quarry, all trying to drop for their normal drop, and ATC obviously going a little bit more to that south side of Primorse. PGG, the only team conquering the military islands, but Freeside have an opportunity. If it does go south, do they hold the bridge or do they go for the early rotation?
Yeah. I could see Big John and a Quarry, man. You know, just bashing away at some rocks. Yeah.
Bosh. There we go. It's
Bosh.
not going to go for military. It's going to go for Everest. Lots of water, though, on that west side. And opportunities for these teams, especially for NE, to go take early area as they're right in the middle of the zone.
Yeah, this might be right now a chance for NE to just astronomically chop up the leaderboard, right? They're going to be so far towards that top side. They can get another good game off the back of this one. And it's more important, we haven't really talked about it too much. It's about creating a buffer this first week, right? We mentioned it a little bit at the start of the show during podcast number 1. But we mentioned it a little bit during the first part of the show today, is that there is 5 weeks, but there is no guarantee that you'll be in every single week. So if you can create a buffer for yourself, you get unlucky during those scrims because they go thick and fast, right? Sometimes you can get unlucky, a few bad drop spots, and that can be the difference between you making it into a week and not. So you got to create yourself a buffer just in case some of our top teams from last week didn't make it in to every week either. So it is 100% a possibility. So for any here, getting a big scoreline is going to be bigly useful.
Bigly useful. I like that.
That's
and
right.
obviously, more importantly, we saw this actually in spring, because actually teams didn't come back every single week, and actually they fell short. So getting that kind of one and those couple of points on the board, and it's okay. And like, hey, do you know what? We've been able to qualify through. It wasn't the case. That did slip away. And it's only those teams that we saw at the very top, though, that were back here week after week, delivered that consistency that was needed. And as a result, they found themselves, though, at PEC and the opportunity to go for the qualification.
Which is big. It's always big. And I think for PC, it is the thing on everybody's mind at the moment. Very excited to see that come through. Insight right now, looking over towards Jogger Benito, who are once again hunting. They don't stop. They could use the Winchester all the time. They would. I just don't think the deer call is going to work quite as well versus people. Jogger Benito moving out, trying to get a little bit more central, moving on towards those compounds that sit towards the south side of Everest. And stop off short here. Everlong opening up the secret chambers right now. Goodness me, goodies galore in here. Grozer as well, thank you very much. Correct. That's the one thing that I'd have my eyes on. Because EV's not a greedy man, though. Not a greedy man. Doesn't go immediately for the Grozer.
You just talk about your treasure. I don't know what you're talking about. You've given him the key. You're like, there's some treasure. I teased you with Miramar. Have someone around corner. We're going to try and have some as Tristani, yes again, finds himself the first kill of the game.
5 of 5, by the way. That's 5 of 5. Yeah, that's nuts. But that's Jogger Benito for you.
Can they keep it up?
There's 10. It's not. I don't know if they can keep it up. I do not know if they can keep it. I'd love to see it. I mean, that's branding right there. That is branding. They're the first blood maniacs. But yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. But first blood barons. Let's call them that.
Oh, I like that. Ooh, that's got a bit of spice to it.
Oh, a bit of a ring to it. Yeah.
I wonder if they qualify off that, though. We have to wait and see. Most other teams on that rotation. Now, I suppose muscle memory is going to potentially look at Everest as like, it's going to go to Everest. But it's updated, especially with these zone shifts and the speed. So we have to try and wait and see what will happen. 6-7, look at their eyes on. Unfortunately for them, you're going to see that No Slack's already conquered the high grounds. So I see the cars below them.
Yeah, they'll pass on by. They'll pass on by, these guys. Don't want to deal with it. Move further in. A lot of teams already made a really quick rotate over towards this way, though. PGG from Novo and east side of Sosnovka, it's always going to be a long rotate, and I think you just have to accept the fact that it is going to be likely you're playing in from the edge. 6-7 will disconnect, though. Send on down.
Yeah, they send on down, but we didn't really see the scouting happening. They are fully committing now towards the compounds, and for Hawk it is Hawkeye, because the Hawks from above, well, they descend down. He gets a good connection. Hung, so I'm out of it. Reinforces the other side. Looks for the beep beep and the pickup. And now for, I suppose, NE, they had the opportunity to be the aggressor, but they do give the compound up. 6-7, finding safety in the compound.
You know what? I'm not unhappy about that. I think that You know, it takes a little bit of humility right there. You're like, you know, we can't hold on to this. We're not going to go for 2v4. We'll send back out over towards the field. It's not like it's fully doomed just yet. That would have been a nice compound to hold for the high ground looking down, but yeah, how to play out. Still fairly central here. No slack though. This is a good spot to play. You're right though. It's a Everest feeling circle. We just don't know anymore. T-Bone Mo will find Hawk. Clips his wings.
Need it though. Steals it. We need it though.
That's a 4 point. We're almost there. 1 point average. Come on, let's go.
Oh wow. Oh, that's too soon. Too soon. Let's see if they get some more. I like it. Skittles, they're caressing towards the compound. XCD has been a performer, especially when it comes down to the wrangle earlier. I have to wait and see if they can get an opening. Skittles, again, a team building a lot of early action. Now looks to try and move his way past, and RDD finds his way down and buried the barrel. He's going to be down and out. The team looks to try and collapse on him, but so's the reinforcements for XTD.
Skills moving up. I think he actually tanked him. Drive by. A little bit more mindset. Let's keep his head in the game here. Nah, pets.
Jump shot.
Yeah, I mean, we've done for that. Taste of rainbow. How about taste of bullets?
Leroy!
Down for XDD. Yeah, we're going to go for a Hail Mary on this one.
Over the wall. Oh,
hey, that was going in the window. That was going in the window. Yeah, it was almost there.
That one rolled into the gutter. Again, I would have been staying on the wall trying to defend here, so I would have died. And they'd have been perfect. Third party comes in from our X team. Is down and out. And
I love our drill so much, man. So good.
Yeah.
The little double take. Who shot him?
Yeah. Where? Where's this come from? And because they weren't happy with him, they dealt some damage for Spart Talking as the zone. As you can fall down. Zone collapses in, does hold on to Everest, holds on to the water on that north side. A lot of these teams on the south, the southwest have to migrate in, and it is difficult. Open terrain, open fields, compounds already taken. It's actually the southeast, which is completely free.
Yeah, I'm not always a big fan of this kind of circle, honestly, because it sort of baits you in a couple times over towards the compounds on the south side of Everest, but they're not always the easiest to rotate out from. I mean, yes, you can rotate over towards ruins, but likely castle's already taken at that point in time. Everlong's actually not in a bad spot. I quite like playing alongside this roadside. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of open ground, but still littered with trees as PGG make their way in from the east.
Problem I have, and don't get me wrong, I'm no pro player, right? But I like Everest. I like climbing the mountain where kind of no slack is, but I overthink it every time because I've seen and casted so many Everest. I'm like, there's definitely a team coming behind me. There's definitely a team now coming in from the other way. So I spend half the time running around Everest defending no one that's going to try and climb it. But lucky enough for no slack, you know, everyone else has rotated around. They've had eyes on. And they are left. Big 2-2 split for them. They actually have an opening if it does shift away.
I'm just surprised that PGG gets in here. But yeah, for no slack, just trying to keep as much vision as possible around Everest. Quite a lot of teams behind them, but it's always difficult here because you're essentially playing on the outer edge of the donut. You're playing the glazing of the donut right now. You don't want to play central on this one. It's very open around there. Difficult to play. You go there eventually if it comes to it. Right now, you rather play on these outer edges. Forsic moving through, but gets information that AO's in the area. It's over towards ruins, and this swing over towards the northern side of it, actually. A lot of damage being done so far, but Forsic once again opening up in a big way. This is good, honestly. PWD, I half expected this guy to be doing the majority of the work, but Forsic has been an absolute force on the squad.
Yes, he's getting the meds back on. He knows he has to try and keep safe. Now, anyway, sometimes the nade. Defend the grenades, just launch them back. Force them back out those positions. A little bit of splash damage down. It's going to give an opening now for PWD to kind of come underneath and back around for the higher ground. Also, though, might have to disengage himself. And worst case scenario, put the blue chip in your backpack, especially with the level 3, making sure they cannot get to it. And for Windsides, hold a bit of space with the blue chip, XCD. We're going to take the opportunity now to get bodies back on the ground for them.
Goodness, man. I mean, it's the first time we've seen outside of Rondo here actual res beacon coming through on screen. Not a lot been happening. I mean, people are being very diligent when it comes to exploding the blue ships when they can. Not allowing people to come back and grab them. That car's stuck, unfortunately. Yeah, so Winside's going to have to go on with one vehicle down. Jogo Bonito currently holding out. Circle does move away, but it moves out over towards these fields again. So Jogo Bonito quite happy with the compounds that they currently hold. I'm not sure if they're going to recall the rest of the team or they want to hold over towards the eastern side, but that is a lot of pressure to be under for Jogo Bonito going forward. Not that it matters. Slavin's going to find a shot over towards Marcelik. I think it's unlikely he gets back up again here.
I think they're good. I think Bombelovo's put the car in the right position. It's actually Slavin's shots that are causing the damage. So
nice.
It's going to be difficult. Interesting they're trying to take this. Maybe they really don't have anything else to play. I'm also really interested that Nostak came off Everest and they went for the higher lows. So they're, again, a team that's applying pressure over here. And they do find Doffy. So they do find an opening knock. And I think for Slavin, he's going to be knowing that there's another one for ATC knocked. Can he do anything about it?
Did you see a link to Armada? I think I did. Yep. On the side of... Oh, yeah, this could be bad. They're still in recovery right now. There's any trolls in the chat. I think Mix might have just gone straight past if it wasn't for the fact that any trolls in chat took some shots, but how could they know, really? Smoke's going down. They've got some nasty neighbors in the area. Yeah, I don't think they were going there.
I don't think they were going there, if I'm honest with you. I generally think they were going to go use the ridge line, go underneath Jogo Bonito and find themselves safety. And the fact they've come round there's all this smoke and each rolls in shatter there, they will not be happy. They popped the nade. I think they're going to try and park the car in just to at least keep some of the tyres activated if they need to escape. So good play from Rafa, thinking on his toes, and Scav gets rid of the car. Doffys will fall down because of that. Fuzz gets confirmed out, and for any trolls in track, they pick a central area, but there's so many people already positioned up.
6-7, doing some good work there in 249 over towards Freeside, taking a lot of damage here. Von Zach pulls out the Panzerfaust, now looking to send a missile in over towards Freeside. Doesn't get the damage he was hoping to get done. Peek through Ingmar now on the edge, but there's tons of vehicles around them. They can hear them getting closer and closer as Gridlock sends in. This is Gridlock's big game, Mark. This is the one they wanted.
And you can tell they didn't have to send it. They could have stayed up at the top there. They had a position to try and play out, but they are looking for kills. Mava does find the opening, though, as Gridlock will have to try and now hold. Shotgun at the door. Flash has taken effect, though, and they have a little peekaboo on the inside. He hasn't moved. Got to be careful. Here's the click now, but it has to be cautious. The charge out could be catastrophic for this team. He does pop the smoke, and now they have to try and rely on the defense. Needix behind, and Silence behind, holding the doors.
Silence. Oh, find Froggy. That's a big pickoff as well. Froggy has typically been one of the main contenders to keep the team up and alive here. Mava also out. So 2 star players from last hold are down as Gridlock continues to move on through. There's a lot of potential kills here.
Yeah. 100%. No, you're right. The potential for kills are going to be huge. So running up. I think I went a little bit different in his head for running up and jumping over the roof. But gets a bit of a reset. I need to try and figure out where the final players are. Zone does leave Everest. Bosch backfield for Big John on the north, and now they have to try and play off.
I mean, Nostak in a really good position after playing on Everest. As a group over towards those high lows, like you say. Really, really good spot to play in. But this is a lot of teams in play. Now, Big John broadside onto this one. 4 men, 1 vehicle, 1 Panzer, and NE adds 4 kills to the tally.
It was an instant 4 kills, an instant tally as they insert on top of a mortar, on top of a Panzer, sorry. Michael now comes off. Now they're backfilling here as they come off the higher ground. They get the opportunity now. Gridlock looking for points, looking to try and finish off the day. A salvation, shall we say, from this day. And for Michael, he has other plans. The rest of the team send it down south as we go to the field.
PGG setting up, smokes in all directions, trying to hold a position for Hodds with a good double tap over towards Zabilla. We'll take him down almost immediately. Crawls back into his own
Blue
smokes,
zone.
but there's blue zones coming in from all angles. Should be a double here. A triple. Oh, PGG in the blue.
Oh, right in the middle. Where are they coming from?
5. Okay, I mean, it's a slightly overkill, guys, but I guess it did the trick.
A couple came in from Winside though. PGG on the run, and now they're getting hunted in from Mortify. I think the defensive Mortifiers might become offensive, whether it's meant to or not. Another one from a blue zone will go through. Salik, the only one to go down from PGG, so survivability for them. They get a bit of a luck of the Irish.
I mean, they lose 1. It's impressive to only lose 1 in that situation. And PGG is weathered about half the lobby's utility and Mortifier. So, yeah, very impressive they lived that. You wonder how much more util people want to commit over towards that area of the map. Any trolls in chat? You go down, Marseille last to fall here, ending their run today at 36 points. Not terrible at all.
I feel like these are more defensive than offensive. They've kind of been scatter a lot of the inner zone. And Kazakhstan now potentially looking for entry point or somewhere at least to keep the cars alive. You've got to remember, on the flat plateaus, you get the car in, at least it keeps the tyres active. You just need to make sure you keep the shots off of the cars so they don't explode, and that's the move now. They're going to move into that kind of utility dump that they had before. There's one. Be careful. There's those stepping stones that Team Kazakhstan put in front of them.
That's good stuff. Just keep the tyres alive. Yeah, you can invest bullets into my vehicle, but it's up to you, really. But at least the tyres should stay up. Then comes another vehicle now from Kazakhstan. You're right. Totally on the money there. Creating some craters for themselves to play in. Yeah, it's getting messy. Getting very messy now. 6-7. Gridlock wants to get rid of the last player now.
Yeah, I think they've been forced out for this charge. They're forced into the zone. Bosch just on the outside. Sibo, Masters though played a little bit further afield, so that's kind of their entry point, a breathing gap, a stop gap before the late game. No Stack got the call right, come off Everest a lot earlier, find safety in the high-low compound. So again, waiting for teams to come their way. Ingmar, he has to try and defend. Flash doesn't quite work out. Moom on the other side though, able to provide at least some shots. They're more of a distraction tactic now as they lift the charge up. There's one. The drawn up well. It plays up, and that's not the best molly. And the shots deny for 6-7, down to a final player.
Yeah, splashes against the iron bars. Not ideal. Another molly over the top side. That one looked a little bit better, honestly, though. Still more shots ringing on in. Nedex getting their boy back up again as Ingmar provides some information. Will flush his own teammate, deny the point away at least. The blue starts to push on in. This is right on the edge at the moment. The only other team close by is Big John. They're already starting to make a move towards the northern edge of Joga Bonito. Almost hitting the 20-minute mark now. We're heading into phase 5, close to phase 6.
The exchange of utility again. Rock charges forward. He has the FAMAS. Obviously, that shorter mag, it can be a problem sometimes, but if he gets close enough, it doesn't be the case. He charges through and he goes full send, finds safety, but finds one now. They've got to answer. They've got to answer quickly. And for NE, unfortunately for him, he was on his own. Hood, though, backed out in his bunker, and unfortunately for him, he has got no heavy util to cause any damage.
Just calling for Hawk to move across, but it seems like there is eyes on that Sata. We're up on high, had the angle downwards towards him. Mom's making the fast approach. Not going to live for long, though, as Sly Jacket will find him. Isn't he? Sly's so good at tracking, dude.
Yeah, oh God, insane. Just want to see that kind of early engagement, like that consistency. They're slow to warm up into a tournament. They end well, like they can convert well. You can never count that team out. I just feel like it's like a wake up. They need like a week just to go, okay, we're here. We need to get points in the board.
I mean, this is better than last time, though. It's better than last time. I think getting a 30-pointer in week 1, nice consistent place to start. With it being likely that Kazakhstan's going to go down fairly soon, you know, chasing that 50-point boundary, not too difficult. Everlong's still in this one, though.
Nade.
Down towards the south side. Presenti. Blast them away.
Got kills. 8 points. I'm going to check out to that. I don't think Neelix will not be happy with that. T-Bone might be happy that he hasn't got a helmet. We are seeing No Slack now give up the high lows and they go straight for the lows. Slavin now opening things up with him and Noddy getting the kills and the explosive start though for XDD and Cristani though. Well, here's a nosy neighbour and he opens the door. Koji will fall down for one. Launches a grenade forward. Grenades coming back, but they're going to be a lot shorter than what they need to be.
Yeah, Blue Zone's not quite up. Just defensive, like you say. Holding on here as Big John starts to pull out the pickaxe and dig in deep.
Are they in there? They're not in though, are they? Well, maybe they're just about in.
I think where they're digging in is just about in, yeah.
We'll see now.
Awkward angle.
No. Michael's not in. Michael holding. Cristani would be a tall order to get up and over that hill, but I wouldn't put it past him to give it a go. We're just outside the placement point, so it's kind of the time they check out, right?
Yeah. ZV. Everlong starting to move on through. And having the ghillie here is really nice. You can definitely cosplay as one of these hay bales.
I don't think he saw Kazakhstan on his left, though.
Ooh, spotted now.
Oh, Jack has seen him. They're definitely focused on wind side. Blue zone. Just a little bit too short. The second one definitely a lot better. Will bounce in towards the area, but unfortunately for the Dorito, bounces out. And that will bloom.
Oh, it will come out from both sides, though, which is
I think
kind of nice.
Just... Oh, does it? Just enough. Gets caught. Doesn't quite get out on the adjacent side. Despite having the safety in the south, backs himself back into the original. So Windside give up the opportunity in an opening now. Everyone can sort of check into that one. Don't forget Sloy did see him on the entry in. And Kazakhstan's the big question. When do they move? But they know they've got NE sitting behind them.
No slack and PGG. It comes down to this. Jogger Benito getting some place points as well, which is incredible. 4 kills on the board. Big John could technically take the leap down towards the south side. No Slack has moved out, but do they know that? I don't really think they have the information on it because of the terrain. Now they're getting close. They start to get thrown. How many more do they have? They are making the run for it. They got the vehicle. Just roll across. Look up Benito. Don't quite spot it in time, though, and they're in.
Yeah, but Slavin's gone north. Slavin can take the high side away and, you know, sort of check around maybe. If you got an angle. Good play from Big John. I think it's a big play. They find themselves safety in hard cover. But it hasn't got rid of Jogger Benito. That's the problem for them. Cristani is in where he is. And he can cause some problems. Maybe take some major damage from the guys as Michael maybe looks to get some elevation here on the building.
If I'm Big John here, I'm not expecting Jogger Benito to push this far across towards me, but
nope.
Koji is definitely keeping an eye out for it.
They haven't got
any eventuality. Oh, it's a slow game. It's a real slow game.
T-Bone needs to find a helmet. That's the one thing he'd be looking at. Drop might be a bit too far away. They've flashed into the compound, so telling us the information isn't there. He's got 10 first aids here, folks. So for any, they are lurking out in the blue. They can cause some damage. Michael finds Hober. The car does go for the flip. Does it go? He does flatten him. Bosh! There we go. Michael gets the knock, uses the car, gets the kill.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff there. A little bit of the hydraulic press in action. You can see T-Bone managed to get himself a helmet. Get some crates down below. Initial shot came up. Vazivi also finding Sancho. Left from Kazakhstan. It's across the way. Should be able to get a res off. Fahad's finally goes down. He was outside in the blue, currently trying to heal up as much as possible. Get further into this game, but does walk away. 54 points for NE. The best performing team so far. The real question is how far Everlong gets into this match and how many more points they can put up.
Michael not unlucky with that one. He's stolen away. Kazakhstan looking to try and climb and take away that title that NE have. Vistani in danger, close. Zone going into the middle now. And for Jogger Benito, time is ticking. For Bosch, they have an opening though, as they can wrap around another the other way. So if they're going to go, they have to go pretty quick. But when they get an opening like that, they don't want to receive the damage. Want attention in from the grenade. Second one comes through as well. Dino will go down. And for Bosch, they need some kills. And they're looking to try and deliver in the late game.
I mean, they've had a great position to do it as well from this spot. All out of ammo now, though. It's awkward. Kristalny, you talk about this guy. Stings from behind here. Stun grenades going out, trying to delay the timer on the res potentially.
Doesn't know. He doesn't know. He's made the call for the blue zone. Look. He doesn't know if anyone else on the roof. Michael's able to get back in. Marcy's getting the res back up and around on the other side. T-Bone reposition. The blue zone will do some damage, but I can't see it doing the re-knock. So Bosch back to a 4 and Jogamonito committed towards this play here. Michael back on the roof. Going to cause some damage. Grenade comes over the top, but it's Marcy's. Puts Cristani down.
Yeah, good stuff. Really
Reload, Michael.
Hold on to this grenade as much as possible. Marcy's backs down again. They are looking for as many kills as possible here. This is all they want on board. They know that PGG's got to move. No Slack still been playing this position for a long, long time. They're going for the chicken dinner here.
Get a helmet. Lay low. I can only see Jogamonito continue this sort of push around. Otherwise, they have to push into no Slack. How much of the util have they spent? Here comes the flashes. They're expelling them. Looking to try and make the charge. Cuts down will go down. Now we go for a top 4. 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 3. No Slack got the numbers on Jogamonito, but they've not got the angles. The building doesn't give them the opportunity to delay the opportunity for them to get right up on top of the combat.
Yeah, it's given them a lot of safety so far, but what can No Slack do with this endgame? Jogamonito on the outside. Jumping in the vehicles, moving out of the way, getting them off the windows right now. Providing themselves a little bit more cover. Big John on the sidelines. PGG also playing some slow. Good opener from Sata over towards Dino.
Yeah, but who starts to activate? Who goes, oh my god, Subila finds Marcy. Koji will go down. T-Bone down to a one shot and has to go belly, but the zone is going to cause the final blow. It's that big Bosch at the end, and PGG, they get 10 kills.
I mean, PGG has really turned it up to 11 here in these final moments of the day. Shots going through. Presenti just takes a tiny little hot. Not one on top side. 15 bullets left remaining. Molotov to attempt to stop the escape. Really good stuff, but it will be Kovalevi to find the last one, but PGG still picking up more here. No Slack and PGG. 3 versus 4.
Salvation game, really, from No Slack, right? From the day they've had an okay. Maybe not the day they wanted. Whoa, careful, it's that up. And the blue zone there. Protection the inside. Presenti presents the opportunity. Kolovi will go down. And now they find a pretty much a centralized position. No Slack backed up against the wall. And now down numbers. 3 versus 3.
Tabilla, the death dealer, up in close and personal. One player left alive from No Slack. It is Sata. But PGG finishes the day with a big win. They started slow, but they brought things back pretty damn quick.
Again, that Salvation game, it's like they need those warm-ups. Cue the music. PGG, 24 points at the end. So, really, really good ways to close things off for them. And obviously, as we say, climb that leaderboard. We'll get obviously confirmation shortly. Good Salvation game, actually, from Bosch and Big John. And actually, I'm gonna throw in No Slack. Expected them to maybe lead the charge. I think a lot of the fans seeing them on the main stage would have expected them to see themselves a little bit higher up. But it wasn't going to be the case in the end. It was always the last game.
Yeah, again, really, really good stuff overall. I think we've had a lot of different teams really step up in big ways today, and it hasn't just been the same team over and over and over again. So I'm thinking that the weekly cups for fall are striking out to be something fantastic so far. But PGG, man, 24 points, great. And, okay, fine, Jogamonito, 5 placement points. That'll do the trick. That'll do the trick.
Yeah, take it and double up. So that's all they need. That's all they need. 24 points obviously going away for PGG, 13 and then 12 for No Slack. Good games obviously from Everlong again, find themselves at the top, and I think maybe a
big thumbs up.
Yeah, like under the radar. The hard work's been put in on the scrims, waiting for obviously the PEC Cups to kick off, and for the first round they've delivered. Yeah,
they have delivered. I'm really, really impressed by them. Very, very impressed. Any get 54 points, but PGG, what a turnaround at the end of the day here. 52 total. Again, big props to Everlong. Big props to Jogamonito. Can you keep doing this? That's always the real question.
Yeah, look, 10 points, so doubled up the placement points, as we say. But look, as it's the first week, obviously a first week of 5, so 4 more will remain, and you've got to walk away from this one with an average of 10 plus points or just under as a kind of a win. For some of those teams on that right hand side, especially for Gridlock, for me, needs to re-look at what they're doing and find out what happens, obviously coming back, because they have to qualify, they have to find their way through, because all of these teams here, Blank, they're not regional partners or invited teams, so they have to do the hard yards.
And it is going to be a bit of a journey for these teams. Some might say it was an ever-long journey for some of them, but we'll wait for it to happen when it does come through. Again, today's been very, very fun, Mark. I've really enjoyed myself. There's been some wonderful plays, some questionable names, and just overall good banter between me and you and the treasure located on Miramar.
I'm going to keep looking for that treasure. But yeah, thank you very much, obviously, Blank, jumping in for those 5 games. And obviously, that was the opening. Don't forget, guys, make sure you do sign up. There is 4 more weeks of action. If you do find yourself, though, at one of the cups on the weekend, you'll find yourself adding to that point tally, unless you find yourself on week 4 and week 5. And if you get yourself that win, you find yourself straight through to PEC4. The last opportunity for a lot of these teams to qualify for the second leg of the PUBG Regional Series. I do want to thank, obviously, Production, PUBG, and PUBG Esports, and all you guys and girls out there watching, and all the more importantly, the players that have made it through. That's it from us. Don't forget, PAS will be a little bit later on, as they will be competing for their cup and their regional series. And for us, we'll see you guys same place next week. Peace.